Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It began with the faint rustle of paper, though none had been left out. The sound seemed to seep through the air, persistent but evasive, like a whisper you couldn't quite catch. I stood by the window as if tethered to the spot, the glass cool under my fingertips, trying to trace its source. The room seemed to elongate in the pale afternoon light, every corner stretching away into uncertainty. Each moment the rustle persisted, a sensation coursed through me familiar, yet dark with forgotten edges. I had heard that sound before in a place where paper and secrets were inseparable. The sensation wrapped around my thoughts, leaving no room for doubt. Something was sifting through the past, and it was reaching for me. The window pane held my reflection like a prisoner. My face stared back, but the features seemed wrong somehow, as if I were looking at someone who had borrowed my skin. The glass was old, warped in places, distorting the image into something unsettling. Behind my reflection, the yard stretched out in autumn browns and grays, but I couldn't focus on it. The face in the glass held secrets I couldn't remember agreeing to keep. There were lines around the eyes that spoke of sleepless nights, and a tightness around the mouth that suggested words swallowed rather than spoken. This face had witnessed something. This face had made choices. The leather chair in the corner commanded attention without asking for it. Its burgundy surface was worn smooth in places where hands had gripped the arms, where someone had sat for long hours, thinking or perhaps avoiding thought. The cushion bore the permanent impression of a body, but not mine. I had never been one to sit still for long, yet the chair seemed to know me. When I approached it, the leather exhaled a scent of old books and something metallic, like coins left too long in a pocket. The armrests were darker, where fingers had traced patterns of anxiety, and I found myself wondering whose hands had worn those grooves into the leather. A photograph sat face down on the side table, its frame catching the light like a signal. I had walked past it countless times without really seeing it, the way you stop noticing the ticking of a clock, but now it seemed to pulse with significance. The frame was silver, tarnished at the edges, and when I lifted it, my hands trembled slightly. The weight was heavier than expected, as if the image inside carried more than just captured light. I turned it over slowly, preparing myself for a revelation, but the photograph showed only an empty room, white walls and polished floors. Yet something about that emptiness felt deliberate, as if someone had been carefully removed from the scene. The floorboards beneath my feet told stories in their creaks and sighs. Each step produced a different note, a wooden symphony of age and wear. But there was one board near the center of the room that sounded different. When I stepped on it, the sound was muffled, hollow, as if something lay beneath it. I knelt and ran my fingers along its edges, feeling how it sat just slightly higher than its neighbors. The wood was newer here, the grain different, though stained to match the rest. Someone had taken care to make this repair blend in, but wood remembers its origins. This board was keeping something hidden, protecting secrets pressed down into the darkness below. The scent of lavender hung in the air like a ghost of better times. It came in waves, strongest near the doorway to the next room, as if someone had recently passed through wearing that particular perfume. But lavender was also used for other purposes, I remembered with a chill. It masked other odors, covered traces of things that shouldn't be there. The sweetness of it began to feel cloying, artificial, like flowers placed over something that had begun to decay. I followed the scent through the doorway, but it seemed to dissipate the moment I tried to trace its source, leaving only the faintest suggestion that it had ever been there at all. The kitchen sink held my attention with its pristine cleanliness. Every surface gleamed, the chrome faucet polished to a mirror shine, the white porcelain spotless. But cleanliness could be suspicious when it was this thorough, this deliberate. I opened the cabinet beneath the sink and found an unusual collection of cleaning supplies, bottles of bleach and ammonia, scrub brushes with bristles worn down to nubs. The drain itself seemed newer than the rest of the fixture, as if it had been recently replaced. I turned on the water and watched it spiral down, wondering what else might have disappeared down that same path, dissolved and carried away to places where questions couldn't follow. A coffee mug sat alone on the counter, its surface decorated with a cheerful pattern of yellow flowers. The ceramic was chipped along the rim, a small imperfection that spoke of daily use, of being someone's favorite. But the mug was bone dry, as if it hadn't been used in weeks, maybe months. When I picked it up, I caught the faintest trace of lipstick on the rim, a pale pink that had somehow survived whatever cleaning had taken place. The color was subtle, the kind worn by someone who preferred to go unnoticed. I set the mug down carefully, as if it were evidence of a life that had simply stopped mid-sip. The telephone on the wall was an old rotary model, its black plastic surface worn smooth by countless fingers. The receiver hung slightly crooked in its cradle, as if someone had replaced it hastily without taking care to seat it properly. When I lifted it to my ear, there was no dial tone, just a hollow silence that seemed to echo with conversations that had taken place in whispers. The number dial bore traces of use, certain digits more worn than others. I found myself wondering who had been called so frequently, what urgent messages had traveled through these wires. The silence in the receiver felt expectant, as if it were waiting for one more call that would never come. The basement door stood slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. The wood around the lock was splintered, as if someone had forced their way through, either breaking in or breaking out. The door itself was heavy, solid oak that would muffle sounds from below. A faint draft rose from the opening, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and something else, something organic that had been left too long in the dark. I pushed the door wider and peered down the wooden steps, but the darkness seemed to swallow the light from above. Each step was worn smooth in the center, evidence of frequent trips up and down, carrying burdens I couldn't imagine. The light switch at the top of the basement stairs had been painted over so many times that it barely functioned. When I finally managed to flip it, a single bulb illuminated the space below with harsh, unforgiving light. The basement was larger than I had expected, with concrete walls that wept moisture and a floor that had been recently swept clean. Too clean, the kind of clean that erases rather than maintains. In one corner, a pile of newspapers sat yellowing with age, their headlines speaking of missing persons and unsolved mysteries. Someone had been keeping track of things, marking time with tragedy. A toolbox sat open on a workbench, its contents arranged with military precision. Each tool had its place, outlined in marker on the foam insert, but several spaces were empty. A hammer was missing, along with something sharp that had left only a knife-shaped void. The tools that remained were clean, too clean, their metal surfaces gleaming as if they had been recently scrubbed. But in the corners of the toolbox, where cleaning was more difficult, I found traces of rust-colored stains that water alone couldn't explain. These tools had been used for more than simple repairs. The washing machine in the corner hummed with recent use, its cycle just completed. When I lifted the lid, I found a load of clothes that were entirely white, sheets and towels and garments that had been bleached to colorlessness. But white wasn't always pure. Sometimes it was the result of removing what had been there before, erasing evidence of contact and consequence. The fabric softener couldn't quite mask an underlying odor, something metallic and organic that clung to the fibers despite the aggressive washing. These clothes had stories to tell, but someone had tried very hard to make them forget. A calendar hung on the basement wall, its pages marked with cryptic notations in red ink. Certain dates were circled, others crossed out entirely, as if plans had been made and then abandoned. The handwriting was careful, controlled, the kind that belonged to someone who thought before they wrote, but there were gaps in the entries, weeks where nothing was recorded, as if time itself had been edited. The red ink had faded in places, but not evenly, suggesting that some entries were older than others, that this calendar had been consulted and updated over a long period of planning. The furnace crouched in the far corner like a sleeping beast, its metal housing warm to the touch despite the season. The pilot light burned with a steady blue flame, but the air around it carried more than just the smell of natural gas. There was something sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in a closed room. The furnace had been working hard recently, its metal sides radiating heat that seemed excessive for the mild weather. I wondered what fuel it had been burning, what materials had been fed into its hungry flames to disappear forever into smoke and ash. A wooden crate sat beside the furnace, its lid secured with a padlock that looked new. The wood was old, weathered, but the lock was bright steel, recently purchased. The crate was large enough to hold substantial contents, and when I pressed my ear to its side, I thought I heard something shift inside, something that rustled like the paper sounds that had started this whole investigation. But the lock held its secrets, and I found myself wondering whether I really wanted to know what lay hidden in that darkness, waiting to be discovered. The stairs back to the main floor seemed steeper on the return journey, each step an effort that left me breathless. Behind me, the basement light continued to burn, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of any source. The darkness down there felt alive now, aware of my intrusion, and I hurried toward the door with relief. But as I reached the top step, I heard it again, that faint rustle of paper, coming now from below rather than above. Something in the basement was stirring, responding to my presence, and I slammed the door shut with more force than necessary. The living room welcomed me back with its familiar shadows, but nothing looked quite the same as when I had left it. The leather chair seemed to have shifted position slightly, angled now toward the basement door as if keeping watch. The photograph on the side table caught the light differently, and I could swear the empty room in the image now showed signs of occupancy, a shadow in the corner that hadn't been there before. Even my reflection in the window looked different, more knowing, as if I had learned something in the basement that had changed me fundamentally. The rustle of paper returned, louder now, more insistent. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a sound that existed in the spaces between certainty and doubt. I realized that I had been hearing it for much longer than I had admitted to myself, that it had been the soundtrack to my life here, a constant whisper of secrets demanding attention. The sound wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was calling to me, inviting me to understand what I had been avoiding, what I had been complicit in through my willful blindness. The truth settled around me like dust, invisible until disturbed, then impossible to ignore. I was not an innocent observer in this house of secrets. The face in the window, the worn chair, the clean tools, the locked crate, they were all connected to me in ways I had refused to acknowledge. The paper sounds weren't coming from some external source. They were the whisper of memories trying to surface, of conscience trying to speak through the careful silence I had constructed around myself. The afternoon light was fading now, and with it the clarity that had seemed so important just hours before. In the growing darkness, the rustling grew louder, more demanding, until it filled the entire house with its insistent voice. I stood at the window once more, my hand pressed against the glass, watching my reflection merge with the shadows outside. Somewhere in this house, paper was moving, secrets were stirring, and the past was refusing to stay buried. The sound would continue, I knew, until I found the courage to discover what story those rustling pages were so desperate to tell. Story 2. The floorboard didn't creak underfoot. My fingers traced the banister, but its usual roughness was smoothed over, denying me the familiarity I sought. The hallway yawned before me, shadowy and silent, as though waiting for a cue that never came. I moved forward, each step absorbed into the thick stillness, as if the walls were swallowing sound. The window at the end should have framed the faint glow of streetlights, but the glass reflected only my own hesitant form. I reached out, touching the cold surface, unsure if it was the glass or my own reflection that felt less solid. I knew what had happened that night. The sequence of events was clear in my mind, filed away like evidence in a case I'd already solved. She had been drinking again. The empty bottle on the kitchen counter told me that much. The argument started over something trivial, the way they always did. Voices raised, doors slammed, and then the inevitable silence that followed her storms. I found her at the bottom of the stairs the next morning. The paramedics said she'd fallen sometime during the night. A tragic accident, they called it. The alcohol in her system made it all too believable. She'd always been unsteady on her feet after a few glasses of wine, especially on those old wooden steps that everyone warned were too steep, too narrow. The funeral was small. Her sister flew in from the coast, dabbing her eyes with tissues and speaking in hushed tones about how this was bound to happen eventually. The neighbors brought casseroles and offered their condolences, shaking their heads about the dangers of living alone in such an old house. Everyone agreed it was a terrible accident, but not entirely surprising. I accepted their sympathy with the appropriate amount of grief. After all, I was the one who'd been closest to her in those final months. I was the one who'd tried to help her with the drinking, who'd listened to her late-night phone calls when the loneliness became too much. I was the one who found her body that morning, crumpled at the base of the staircase like a discarded doll. The investigation was brief. The detective who came to the house was thorough but gentle, asking the standard questions while making notes in a small leather notebook. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. Her blood alcohol level was well above the legal limit. The medical examiner ruled it an accidental death due to blunt force trauma consistent with a fall down the stairs. Case closed. But now, standing in this hallway that should feel familiar but doesn't, I'm beginning to wonder if I remember everything correctly. The floorboard that doesn't creak hadn't. She always complained about that particular board, how it would groan under the slightest weight, how it kept her awake at night when the house settled. She'd mentioned it dozens of times, pointing to that exact spot where I now stand. I moved my foot deliberately, pressing down harder. Nothing. The wood remains silent beneath me, as if it's been replaced or somehow muffled. But when would that have happened? I've been in this house countless times since that night, and I would have noticed if someone had done repairs. The banister feels wrong too. My fingers remember every splinter, every rough patch where the wood had weathered and aged. She used to run her hand along it the same way, complaining about how it caught on her sleeves. But now it's smooth, almost polished. The imperfections that made it distinctly hers have vanished. I try to recall the last time I was here before finding her. We'd had coffee in the kitchen, I think, or was it tea? She'd been upset about something, a letter from her lawyer, maybe, or a call from her doctor. The details blur together now, conversations bleeding into one another like watercolors in the rain. She'd walked me to the door that day, her hand trailing along this same banister. I remember watching her from the porch as she climbed back up the stairs, moving carefully but steadily. She hadn't seemed particularly drunk then, just tired. When had she started drinking that night, and how much? The empty bottle on the counter, I can picture it clearly. Red wine, expensive stuff she saved for special occasions. But what had she been celebrating? Or was it the other kind of drinking, the kind that comes from trying to forget rather than remember? I continue down the hallway, my footsteps unnaturally quiet. The carpet runner that should be here is gone, leaving only bare hardwood that gleams dully in the dim light. She'd been proud of that runner, a family heirloom, she'd called it, though I'd always thought it looked more worn than antique. It was a tripping hazard, I'd told her once. Someone could catch their toe on the frayed edge and take a nasty fall. Had she removed it herself before that night? The thought sends a chill through me. Why would she do such a thing, unless she'd finally listened to my warnings about safety, decided to eliminate the risk? But the timing seems too coincidental, too convenient. The window at the end of the hall draws me forward. It should show the street beyond, the familiar view of neighboring houses and the old oak tree that drops leaves on the sidewalk every fall. Instead, my own reflection stares back at me, pale and uncertain in the glass. Behind my reflected face, I can make out the ghostly outline of the hallway, but everything seems slightly off, as if I'm looking at a photograph that's been subtly altered. I press my palm against the glass, feeling its coldness seep into my skin. The surface should be smooth, maybe slightly dusty. She wasn't much for cleaning windows. But there's a texture to it now, almost like frost, though the night isn't cold enough for that. My breath doesn't fog the glass the way it should. The detective had asked me about my relationship with her. A routine question, he'd assured me, nothing to read into. I'd explained that we were friends, that I'd been helping her through a difficult period. Her drinking had gotten worse after her husband's death, and she'd become increasingly isolated. I was one of the few people she still trusted, still let into her life. He'd nodded sympathetically, making notes about my concern for her welfare, my attempts to get her help. I'd mentioned the Alcoholics Anonymous meetings I'd suggested, the phone numbers for counselors I'd given her. All true, all documented. I was clearly someone who cared about her well-being. But standing here now, I'm struck by how convenient that narrative was, how it painted me as the concerned friend, the good Samaritan who tried to save someone from their own self-destruction. It was a role I'd slipped into easily, naturally, almost as if I'd been preparing for it. The thought disturbs me more than it should. Of course, I'd been genuinely concerned about her. The drinking was real, the isolation was real. I had tried to help her, hadn't I? The meetings, the phone numbers, the late-night conversations when she called me crying, all of that happened. I didn't imagine it. But there's something nagging at me now, a detail that doesn't quite fit. The phone calls. She used to call me at all hours when she'd been drinking, rambling, and emotional. But when was the last time she'd actually called? I can't pinpoint it, can't remember the specific conversation or what she'd said. The memory feels vague, generic, like a composite of many similar calls rather than a distinct event. I turn away from the window and look back down the hallway toward the stairs. From this angle I can see the spot where I found her, though there's no trace of what happened there now. The hardwood has been cleaned, polished to a shine that reflects the overhead light. Too clean, perhaps, too perfect. The stairs themselves look different somehow, steeper than I remember, or maybe narrower. The railing that should provide support seems lower, less substantial. I count the steps automatically, 13 of them, an unlucky number she used to joke about. But as I count again, I get 14, then 12. The number keeps shifting, as if my eyes can't quite focus on the reality of what's in front of me. I descend slowly, testing each step before putting my full weight on it. The wood is solid, well maintained. No loose boards, no worn spots that might cause someone to stumble. These aren't the treacherous stairs everyone described after her fall. These are safe, carefully constructed, the kind of staircase that would be difficult to fall down accidentally. At the bottom I stand where she must have landed. The impact would have been tremendous, a fall from that height onto hard wood. But looking up now, the distance doesn't seem as great as I remember. The stairs curve slightly, which might have broken her fall, slowed her descent. Would it really have been enough to kill her? The medical examiner's report had been definitive. Massive head trauma, internal bleeding, death likely instantaneous. But medical examiners can be wrong, can't they? They work with the evidence they're given, make conclusions based on what they observe. If that evidence is incomplete or misleading, their conclusions might be too. I walk into the kitchen, drawn by a memory I can't quite grasp. The bottle should be here somewhere, evidence of her final night, proof of the drinking that led to her fall. But the counter is bare, wiped clean. The sink is empty, no dirty glasses or wine-stained remnants. Even the trash can has been emptied, lined with a fresh bag that crinkles when I lift the lid to peer inside. Someone has been here since that night, cleaning and organizing. But who? Her sister, maybe, preparing the house for sale. Or the cleaning service that handles these situations, the ones who specialize in removing the traces of tragedy from a home. I open the refrigerator looking for something, anything that might confirm my memories. Inside, I find food that's too fresh, milk that hasn't expired, vegetables that should have rotted by now. It's as if someone has been living here, maintaining the house, keeping it ready for occupancy. But that's impossible. The house has been empty since her death. I would know. I've been keeping an eye on it, checking periodically to make sure everything is secure, haven't I? The certainty I felt just moments ago is crumbling, replaced by a creeping doubt that makes my hands shake. I try to focus on what I know for sure, the facts that can't be disputed. She's dead. I found her body. The police investigated and ruled it an accident. These are concrete realities, not subject to the tricks my mind might be playing on me now. But even those facts feel less solid than they did before. The body I found, was it really her? I'd been so shocked, so traumatized by the discovery that I hadn't looked too closely. The paramedics had taken over immediately, pronouncing her dead at the scene and handling all the arrangements. I'd identified her for the police, but that had been more of a formality than a careful examination. The funeral had been closed casket. Her injuries, they'd explained, made an open viewing inadvisable. Her sister had agreed, saying she preferred to remember her as she was in life. I'd supported that decision, thinking it was more dignified, more respectful. But now I wonder if there was another reason, a more practical consideration that none of us wanted to acknowledge. I return to the hallway, drawn back to that window that won't show me what it should. My reflection is still there, but it seems less familiar now, as if I'm looking at a stranger who happens to share my features. The person in the glass looks guilty, haunted by knowledge they can't quite access. Behind my reflection, the hallway stretches back toward the stairs, but in the glass, the perspective is wrong. The stairs appear to be in a different location, angled differently than they should be. It's like looking at a funhouse mirror that distorts reality in subtle ways, making everything slightly off without being obviously wrong. I close my eyes and try to remember that morning more clearly. I'd used my key to let myself in. She'd given it to me months earlier, when her drinking had gotten bad enough that someone needed to check on her regularly. The house had been quiet, too quiet. I'd called her name as I climbed the stairs, expecting to find her sleeping off another bender. But I'd found her at the bottom instead, lying in a position that looked almost peaceful if you didn't notice the blood. I knelt beside her, checking for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. Her skin had been cold, her eyes staring at nothing. I'd called for an ambulance anyway, going through the motions even though it was clearly too late. The paramedics had arrived quickly, followed by the police. Standard procedure for an unattended death, they'd explained. Nothing suspicious, just paperwork and protocol. I'd answered their questions, provided what information I could, and then waited while they did their job. But now I'm wondering about the details I didn't question at the time. How long had she been dead? The medical examiner would have made an estimate based on body temperature and other factors, but those calculations can be imprecise. She could have died hours before I found her, or just minutes. The timing matters, though I'm not sure why. I think about the key in my pocket, the one she'd given me for emergencies. When exactly had she given it to me? The memory is fuzzy, overlaid with other similar moments. We'd had so many conversations about her safety, her isolation, her need for someone to check on her. The key had seemed like a natural progression, a practical solution to a growing problem. But keys are also access opportunity. They eliminate the need for forced entry, for breaking windows or picking locks. They allow someone to come and go without leaving obvious traces, to be present when they shouldn't be. The thought makes me sick, but I can't shake it. I've been thinking of myself as the hero of this story, the concerned friend who tried to help but arrived too late. But what if I'm not the hero? What if I'm something else entirely, something I've been hiding even from myself? I walked back to the stairs, studying them with new eyes. If someone wanted to stage a fall, how would they do it? The angle would have to be right, the impact severe enough to cause fatal injuries. It would require planning, knowledge of physics and anatomy. It would require someone who knew her habits, her weaknesses, her schedule. Someone like me. The realization hits me like a physical blow, doubling me over with its intensity. I grip the banister, the smooth, unfamiliar banister that should be rough with age, and try to breathe. This is insane. I'm letting the strangeness of this place, the subtle wrongness of everything, twist my memories into something dark and unrecognizable. But the doubts won't go away. They multiply, feeding on each other until I can barely distinguish between what I remember and what I fear I might have done. The helpful friend who became something more sinister. The concerned neighbor who crossed a line I can't quite recall crossing. I look up the stairs toward the landing, trying to imagine her final moments. Was she alone, stumbling in the dark after too much wine? Or was someone with her, someone she trusted enough to let into her home, into her vulnerability? The house around me feels alive now, watching and waiting. The walls seem to pulse with secrets, with knowledge I'm not ready to face. Every shadow could be hiding evidence, every sound could be an accusation. I should leave, I should walk out of this house and never come back, let the dead stay buried and the past remain in the past. But I can't move, can't tear myself away from the growing certainty that I'm missing something crucial, something that will either damn me or absolve me. The window at the end of the hall calls to me again, promising answers I'm not sure I want. I approach it slowly, afraid of what I might see in the glass this time. My reflection is still there, but it's changing, becoming clearer and more accusatory with each step. Behind the reflection, the hallway is transforming too. The walls are closing in, the ceiling lowering, the floor tilting at an impossible angle. It's like being inside a collapsing building, reality folding in on itself until nothing makes sense anymore. I press my face against the glass, trying to see through to the street beyond, but there is no street, no world outside this house. There's only the reflection, only this moment of terrible uncertainty stretching into infinity. The truth is here somewhere, buried in the details I've been too afraid to examine. It's in the creaking floorboard that doesn't creak, the rough banister that's been smoothed, the stairs that change their number depending on how I count them. It's in the empty wine bottle that's disappeared, the fresh food in an abandoned refrigerator, the key that gave me access to more than just a house. But I'm running out of time to find it, running out of courage to face what I might discover. The house is shifting around me, becoming less real with each passing moment. Soon I'll have to choose between the comfortable lie I've been telling myself and the terrible truth that's been waiting in the shadows. I close my eyes and let the darkness take me, carrying me back to that night when everything changed. The night when someone fell down the stairs and someone else became a killer without even realizing it. Or maybe that's just another story I'm telling myself, another way to avoid the truth that's too big and too terrible to face. Maybe the real horror isn't what I might have done, but what I can't remember doing. The floorboard still doesn't creak underfoot. Story 3. It came as a muted knocking, persistent but irregular, from within the walls, claiming space in the quiet of my evening. The sound didn't fit, not inside these walls, not at this hour, and yet it resonated with a familiarity I couldn't place. My hand trembled just slightly as I steadied the picture frame on the mantel, the frame that seemed askew even when it was straight. The knocking continued, almost rhythmic, and I followed it without thinking, stepping cautiously toward the source. There was a sense of closeness, a presence wrapped around me, raising the hairs on my neck as my eyes darted in search of something unseen. The walls seemed to breathe, the knocking now a pulse I remembered but couldn't quite name, like it had been waiting quietly all along. This wasn't the first time I'd heard it, but now I couldn't pretend to ignore it. The smell comes first, that's what I remember most clearly, though I wish I didn't. Sawdust and something else, something sweet that turned sour in the back of my throat. The workshop always smelled like that, or maybe it was just that corner where the light never quite reached properly. I keep trying to place when I first noticed it, but the memory slips away like water through my fingers. There was a conversation. I'm almost certain there was a conversation, though the words feel borrowed from someone else's mouth. "You shouldn't be down here," someone said, or maybe I said it. The voice echoes in my head now, but I can't attach a face to it, can't even be sure it was real. The knocking stops, then starts again. I used to think houses settled, that old wood and shifting foundations explained everything. That's what I told myself when I first moved in, when the sounds were just background noise, easily dismissed. But this knocking has weight to it, intention. It follows a pattern I recognize but can't decode, like a song I heard once and forgot the words to. The basement door was always locked, I remember that much. Heavy brass key that hung on a hook by the kitchen window, catching the morning light. Someone told me never to go down there, that the stairs weren't safe, that there was nothing worth seeing anyway. But I can picture myself holding that key, feeling its weight in my palm, and I know I used it. When I close my eyes, I see fragments, a workbench covered in tools I couldn't name. Mason jars lined up on a shelf, their contents obscured by dust and poor lighting. The sound of footsteps above my head, pacing back and forth across the kitchen floor. Someone was always pacing in that house. Did you hear that? The question hangs in the air, though I can't remember who asked it or when. Maybe I asked it myself, standing alone in rooms that felt too large and too small at the same time. The walls seemed to absorb sound in strange ways, muffling some things while amplifying others. The picture frame on the mantel holds a photograph I've looked at 1,000 times but never really seen. Faces smile back at me, frozen in a moment I should remember but don't. There's a gap where someone should be standing, a space that looks deliberate, as if the photo was cropped or someone stepped out of frame just before the shutter clicked. I find myself checking the locks more often now. Door locks, window latches, the chain on the front door that I don't remember installing. My fingers trace the metal automatically, testing their strength, though I can't say what I'm trying to keep out or keep in. The knocking moves. Sometimes it comes from the walls between the kitchen and the living room. Other times it seems to originate from somewhere deeper, below the floorboards. I've learned to follow it, mapping its journey through the house like tracking an animal through the woods. There was blood on the workbench, not much, just a few drops that caught the light from the single bulb hanging overhead. I remember thinking it was rust at first, or maybe paint, but when I touched it, it flaked away under my fingernail like dried ink. Someone had tried to clean it, but traces remained in the wood grain. "You're imagining things," that voice again, patient but firm. It could have been my own voice, the rational part of my mind trying to maintain order. But it sounds foreign now, like words spoken by a stranger who happened to share my thoughts. The house keeps secrets in its corners. I find things sometimes, a button that doesn't match any clothing I own, a pencil stub worn down to nothing, a piece of paper with writing I can't read. They appear in places I've cleaned thoroughly, as if the house is slowly revealing its contents to me. I remember a conversation about the previous owner. Someone mentioned they left suddenly, didn't take everything with them. Personal items scattered throughout the house like abandoned thoughts. But when I try to recall who told me this, the face blurs and the voice fades. The knocking has rhythm tonight. 3 short taps, pause, 2 longer ones, pause, then a single knock that seems to echo longer than it should. I count along without meaning to, my fingers tapping the pattern against my leg. It feels like Morse code, like someone trying to communicate from a place where words don't work. In the basement, there's a section of wall that looks newer than the rest. The mortar is a slightly different color, the bricks arranged in a pattern that doesn't quite match. I run my hands along the surface, feeling for irregularities, for signs of recent work. The knocking seems loudest here. I dream about digging sometimes. My hands are dirty, fingernails caked with earth and something else. There's urgency in the dream, a need to uncover or cover up, though I wake before understanding which. The shovel in the garden shed shows signs of use I don't remember, soil still clinging to its blade. They never found anything, another fragment of conversation floating free of context. The words carry weight, imply a search, an investigation that came up empty. But found what? Searched where? The questions multiply faster than answers. The photograph on the mantel seems to shift when I'm not looking directly at it. Peripheral vision catches movement, a figure stepping into or out of frame. But when I turn to look, everything is as it was, faces frozen in their artificial smiles. There are scratches on the basement door, deep gouges in the wood that could be from fingernails or tools. They're on the inside of the door, as if someone was trying to get out rather than in. I trace them with my finger, feeling the splintered wood catch against my skin. The knocking stops suddenly, leaving a silence that feels heavier than the sound it replaced. In the quiet, I hear other things, the house settling, wind against windows, the distant hum of electrical appliances. But underneath it all, there's something else, a presence that doesn't make noise but somehow fills the space anyway. I remember now, or think I do. Someone lived here before me, someone who knew the house's rhythms and secrets. They left things behind, not just objects, but impressions, echoes of their time here. The knocking isn't random. It's a message, a warning, a confession pressed into the walls and waiting to be heard. The smell of sawdust returns, stronger now, mixed with that sweet sour scent I can never quite identify. It draws me toward the basement door, toward the key that hangs heavy in my hand. The knocking starts again, urgent and insistent, coming from behind that newer section of wall. I understand now why the picture frame never sits straight, why the locks feel necessary, why the house holds its breath in certain rooms. Someone is still here, has always been here, waiting in the spaces between the walls. The knocking isn't trying to get my attention anymore. It's trying to get out. The pattern repeats as I stand at the basement door, key poised at the lock. 3 short, 2 long, one that echoes, like a heartbeat that never learned to stop, like a voice that forgot how to speak but remembered how to knock. The sound fills the house now, coming from everywhere and nowhere, a rhythm I finally recognize as my own pulse, my own guilt, my own buried knowledge clawing its way back to the surface. And in the silence between the knocks, I hear my own voice whispering words I thought I'd forgotten. You shouldn't be down here. Story 4. The gentle sway of the curtain seemed unnatural, almost intentional, in a room otherwise untouched by the breeze. I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes scanning the edges of the fabric as it fluttered silently against the windowpane. The night was thick with silence, yet outside something grumbled low, a hum that blended with the creaks of settling walls. Every instinct urged caution, but no clarity came, only shadows that stretched and recoiled in the flicker of distant lights. Still I waited, questioning the dissonance between sight and sound. Then, a shift, the curtain settled, its dance abruptly concluded, yet what lay beyond the window was now veiled in a deeper shadow. I knew what I had witnessed that night. The certainty sat heavy in my chest, solid as concrete. My neighbor had killed his wife. I'd seen him dragging something wrapped in blue plastic across his backyard, the motion deliberate and practiced. The way he'd paused at the garden shed, looking over his shoulder twice before disappearing inside with his burden. When he emerged 20 minutes later, his hands were empty, and he'd walked back to the house with the measured steps of someone who just completed an unpleasant but necessary task. The police would find her body eventually. They always did. Until then, I carried the weight of what I'd witnessed, turning it over in my mind like a smooth stone. The evidence was clear. She'd been missing for 3 days. He'd given conflicting stories about her whereabouts, and I'd watched him dispose of what could only have been her remains. I'd known them both for nearly a decade. She was quiet, kept to herself mostly, but I'd catch glimpses of her tending to the small herb garden by their kitchen window. He was different, louder, more gregarious, the type who'd wave enthusiastically from across the street and shout about the weather. They seemed ordinary enough, though I'd noticed how she'd grown thinner over the past year, more withdrawn. The classic signs were all there looking back. That night I'd been unable to sleep. The heat had been oppressive, and I'd wandered to the living room window, hoping to catch any hint of a breeze. Instead, I'd caught him in the act. The moon was bright enough to illuminate his movements clearly, and there was no mistaking what I'd seen. The weight of the bundle, the way it bent in the middle, the careful way he'd maneuvered it through the narrow gate. But now, standing here again at this same window, I found myself studying that curtain with growing unease. Had there been a breeze that night, the memory felt suddenly less solid, more porous. I remembered the stillness, the way the air had hung heavy and motionless. Yet the curtain had moved, hadn't it? Just like tonight when no wind stirred the trees outside. The first crack in my certainty came when I tried to recall the exact color of that plastic sheeting. Blue, I'd told myself with confidence, but pressing deeper into the memory, the color seemed to shift. Had it been blue, or had that been the tint of moonlight on white plastic? The distinction mattered more than I wanted to admit. I found myself returning to that window night after night, studying the yard next door with forensic attention. The garden shed sat exactly where I remembered it, weathered wood and a door that hung slightly crooked. but something nagged at me about the timeline. He'd emerged after 20 minutes, I was certain of that. Yet now, watching the way shadows fell across the yard, 20 minutes seemed impossibly long for such a simple task. The herb garden caught my attention during one of these vigils. She'd been tending it religiously for years, but I realized I hadn't seen her there in weeks, not days. The plants were beginning to wilt, their leaves curling inward with neglect. When had I last actually seen her? The question lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. I began to reconstruct my memories more carefully, and they resisted the examination. The last clear image I had of her was hazy. Was she wearing the yellow cardigan or the gray one? Had she waved back when I'd nodded hello, or had she simply looked through me as she sometimes did? The more I tried to pin down the details, the more they seemed to dissolve. The sound I'd heard that night returned to me in fragments, that low grumble, mechanical and rhythmic. I'd assumed it was a truck idling somewhere on the main road, but trucks didn't idle for 20 minutes in residential neighborhoods. The sound had been closer, more immediate. It had seemed to emanate from the yard itself. I started paying closer attention to him during the day. He maintained his usual routine, leaving for work, returning in the evening, collecting mail from the box at the curb, but there were subtle changes I hadn't noticed before. He'd begun parking his car differently, backing it into the driveway instead of pulling forward. The gesture seemed defensive, as if he wanted to be ready for a quick departure. More troubling was the way he'd started acknowledging me. Before, our interactions had been limited to casual waves and brief comments about the weather. Now he seemed to seek out opportunities to chat, appearing at his mailbox whenever I stepped outside, commenting on my garden, asking about my work schedule. The attention felt calculated, as if he were gathering information. During one of these conversations, he mentioned that his wife was visiting her sister. The statement came unprompted, inserted awkwardly into a discussion about the upcoming storm season. I nodded and smiled, but later I realized I'd never seen any sister, never heard mention of extended family. In all our years as neighbors, she'd seemed remarkably isolated, as if she existed only within the boundaries of their shared property. The wrapped bundle began to change shape in my memory. What I'd been certain was a body now seemed smaller, less defined. Could it have been carpet, old furniture? The way he'd carried it suggested weight, but not necessarily the weight of human remains. I found myself questioning the very foundation of my certainty. I decided to walk past their house during my evening routine, hoping to catch some glimpse of normalcy or its absence. The windows were lit as usual, and I could see him moving around inside, but the movement seemed different somehow, more solitary. He'd always been the more visible of the two, but now his presence seemed to fill the entire house, as if he'd expanded to occupy space that had once been shared. The garden shed drew my attention like a magnet. I found excuses to walk by it, checking my own mailbox, taking out trash, retrieving items from my car. The door remained closed, but I noticed fresh scratches in the dirt around its base, as if something heavy had been dragged in and out multiple times. The scratches formed patterns I couldn't quite decipher, but they seemed too deliberate to be random. One evening I heard that mechanical grumble again. This time I was ready for it, positioned at my window with full attention. The sound was coming from their backyard, definitely from the direction of the shed. It lasted exactly 20 minutes, just as I remembered from that first night, but now I could identify it, the rhythmic churning of a wood chipper. The realization should have confirmed my suspicions, but instead it introduced new doubts. Wood chippers were common enough in suburban neighborhoods. People used them for yard waste, fallen branches, seasonal cleanup. The timing could have been coincidental, yet something about the mechanical precision of those 20-minute intervals suggested a more systematic purpose. I began to notice other details I'd previously overlooked. The way he'd started wearing different clothes, darker colors, more utilitarian fabrics that wouldn't show stains. The fact that he'd recently purchased a new garden hose, coiled neatly beside the house where the old one had been cracked and weathered. Small changes that individually meant nothing, but collectively painted a picture of someone preparing for messy work. But the more I observed, the more my own behavior began to concern me. I was spending hours at that window, documenting his movements with an intensity that bordered on obsession. I'd started keeping a notebook, recording times and activities, building a case based on speculation and circumstantial evidence. When had I become this person, this watcher in the shadows? The curtain continued its inexplicable dance, moving in air that felt perfectly still. I began to wonder if the movement came from inside the house rather than outside, some subtle vibration, a heating system cycling on and off, the settling of old foundations. The fabric seemed to respond to forces I couldn't identify, and I found myself studying its movements for clues about what was real and what was perception. My memories of that first night grew increasingly unreliable under scrutiny. Had I really seen him drag a body across the yard, or had I seen him moving yard waste and constructed the rest from assumption and fear? The human mind was capable of remarkable self-deception, especially in the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness. I'd been exhausted that night, stressed from work, possibly more susceptible to misinterpretation. Yet the absence of his wife remained undeniable. The wilting herbs, the lack of movement behind windows that had once shown two silhouettes, the way mail accumulated on their porch until he collected it in batches. Something had changed in that house, whether through violence or simply departure. I found myself questioning not just what I'd seen, but why I'd been watching in the first place. What had drawn me to that window on that particular night? Had some subconscious awareness of danger pulled me from sleep, or was I simply an insomniac who'd stumbled onto something that might or might not be sinister? The wood chipper fell silent, but the silence felt heavier than the mechanical noise had been. I strained to hear other sounds, footsteps, voices, any indication of life beyond that single moving figure. The house seemed to absorb sound rather than produce it, as if wrapped in cotton or submerged in deep water. I realized I was no longer certain who I was watching or why. The neighbor had become a collection of suspicious behaviors that might have innocent explanations. His missing wife had become an absence that could be temporary or permanent, voluntary or coerced. And I had become something I didn't recognize, a person who watched strangers through windows and built elaborate theories from shadows and speculation. The curtain settled against the glass, its movement finally stilled, but the shadow beyond the window remained, deeper now and more complete. I understood that I might never know what had really happened in that yard, whether I'd witnessed a crime or simply projected my own fears onto ordinary suburban drama. The truth felt simultaneously urgent and irrelevant, a question that demanded answers while resisting all attempts at resolution. Standing there in the darkness, I wondered if the real mystery wasn't what my neighbor had done, but what I was becoming in my need to know. The watcher and the watched, the observer and the observed, the boundaries between us had blurred until I could no longer distinguish between investigation and obsession, between concern and complicity. The night pressed against the windows, thick with possibilities and empty of certainty. Somewhere in that darkness, questions multiplied faster than answers, and the truth remained as elusive as the breeze that moved curtains in perfectly still air. Story 5. It was the unmistakable hiss of air escaping, barely audible, like a whispered warning. I stood in the doorway, the room's familiar scent enveloping me, yet something felt wrong, misplaced. The blinds were drawn, casting thin silhouettes on the walls that seemed to shiver slightly. That sound had no business here, in a room so tightly sealed from the outside world. My heart quickened its pace, a race with the growing sense of unease, as if the shadows themselves were exhaling secrets. I leaned closer, compelled to isolate the source, a fruitless hunt for the ordinary. My fingertips brushed against the cool glass, a sensation that both grounded and unnerved me. That sound it echoed where memories overlapped with the present, a seamless boundary between then and now. I hadn't heard it since I locked the door that last time. I knew what had happened in this room. The certainty of it had carried me through months of questioning, through sleepless nights and the endless parade of investigators who came and went like seasonal workers. My brother had died here alone from a faulty valve on his oxygen concentrator. The medical examiner had been clear about it: equipment failure. A tragic accident that could have been prevented with proper maintenance, but my brother had always been stubborn about accepting help. The concentrator sat in the corner where I'd left it, its green light still blinking in that steady rhythm that had become the soundtrack to his final months. The plastic tubing snaked across the hardwood floor, ending at the chair where he'd spent most of his time reading those thick biographies he loved so much. Everything exactly as it should be. Everything exactly as I remembered finding it. The hissing sound came again, softer this time, almost tentative. I followed it with my ears, the way you might track a mosquito in a dark bedroom. It seemed to be coming from near the window, but that made no sense. The room had been sealed for months, untouched since the investigation concluded. I was the only one with a key. I moved toward the sound, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet my brother had insisted on installing when his mobility started declining. He'd said bare floors were too harsh, too unforgiving. The carpet was a deep burgundy that absorbed light and sound equally, making the room feel smaller than its actual dimensions. It had always reminded me of a recording studio, designed to swallow noise rather than let it escape. The concentrator's manual lay open on the side table, its pages yellowed from months of handling. My brother had been meticulous about following instructions, checking and rechecking the settings, cleaning the filters according to the schedule printed on the inside cover. That's what had made the equipment failure so shocking. He wasn't careless with things that kept him alive. But as I stood there listening to that persistent hiss, something shifted in my memory. Not the facts themselves, but the weight they carried. I remembered the investigator, a woman with tired eyes and coffee-stained fingers, explaining how these machines could develop leaks in their internal seals. How the failure might have been gradual, barely noticeable, until it reached a critical point. How my brother might have felt increasingly short of breath without understanding why. The sound stopped. In the sudden silence, I became aware of my own breathing, shallow and quick. The room's familiar scent seemed different now, less comforting. It wasn't just the mustiness of a closed space or the lingering traces of my brother's cologne. There was something else, something I couldn't quite identify. Sweet but not pleasant, organic but not natural. I approached the concentrator and knelt beside it, running my hands along the tubing the way the investigator had done. The plastic was still pliable, showing no obvious signs of wear or damage. The connections were tight, properly sealed. Everything looked exactly as it should for a machine that had killed through mechanical failure. Except the machine wasn't connected to power. I stared at the electrical cord coiled neatly beside the unit. The plug lay on the carpet, its prongs catching the dim light filtering through the blinds. I reached for it with trembling fingers, trying to understand what I was seeing. The concentrator had been unplugged, but I had no memory of disconnecting it. The investigators certainly wouldn't have done so without documenting it. The hissing started again, and this time I was certain it wasn't coming from the medical equipment. I stood slowly, my knees protesting the movement. The sound seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, like audio bleeding through poorly insulated walls. But this house was solid, built in an era when craftsmanship meant something. Sound didn't travel here unless you wanted it to. I thought about the last conversation I'd had with my brother 3 days before I found him. He'd seemed agitated, more so than usual. He'd been having trouble with his medication schedule, he said. Things weren't where he'd left them. His routine was being disrupted. I'd attributed it to the confusion that sometimes came with oxygen deprivation, the subtle cognitive effects that the doctor had warned us about. But what if it hadn't been confusion at all? The room felt smaller now, the burgundy carpet seeming to creep up the walls like rising water. I moved to the window and adjusted the blinds, letting in thin streams of afternoon light. The illumination revealed dust motes dancing in the air, but also something else. Scuff marks on the windowsill, fresh ones with sharp edges that hadn't had time to collect dust. Someone had been here recently, someone other than me. I examined the window lock, a simple mechanism that my brother had insisted was sufficient for a second-floor room. It was unlocked. The window itself was closed tightly, but the lock was definitely disengaged. I tried to remember if I'd checked it after the investigation concluded, but the memory wouldn't come. Those days immediately following my brother's death were a blur of paperwork and procedures. Condolences and casseroles from neighbors who meant well but understood nothing. The hissing sound was getting louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from inside the walls now, as if the house itself was trying to tell me something. I pressed my ear against the wallpaper, feeling the cool plaster against my cheek. The sound was definitely there, rhythmic and purposeful. Gas leak, the thought hit me with the force of recognition. Not oxygen escaping from medical equipment, but something else entirely. Something that would explain the sweet, organic smell I'd been trying to identify. Something that would explain how my brother could have died from oxygen deprivation while sitting next to a machine designed to prevent exactly that. I backed away from the wall, my mind racing through the implications. If there had been a gas leak, slow and steady, it would have displaced the oxygen in the room gradually. My brother would have felt increasingly tired, increasingly short of breath. He might have turned up the concentrator settings, trying to compensate, never realizing that the problem wasn't with his equipment, but with the air itself. But gas leaks didn't just happen in well-maintained houses. They were caused by faulty installations, damaged pipes, or deliberate tampering. And this house was barely 10 years old, built to modern safety standards with regular inspections. I thought again about my brother's complaints in those final days, things being moved, routines disrupted. What if someone had been coming into this room while he slept? What if the window lock had been deliberately left open, not for entry, but for the installation of something that didn't belong here? The investigator had been thorough, but she'd been looking for evidence of equipment failure, not sabotage. She'd tested the concentrator, examined the tubing, checked for obvious signs of tampering. But she hadn't tested the air quality in the room itself, hadn't looked for sources of gas that had nothing to do with medical equipment. I found myself staring at the heating vent near the floor, its metal grate slightly askew. The screws that should have held it firmly in place were loose, as if someone had removed and replaced the grate recently. I knelt and examined it more closely, noting the fresh scratches on the screw heads, the way the grate didn't quite align with its frame. Behind the grate, in the darkness of the ductwork, something gleamed. I worked the screws loose with my fingernails, my hands shaking with a combination of anticipation and dread. The grate came away easily, revealing the rectangular opening that led into the house's heating system. and there, just inside the duct, was a small metal canister connected to a timer mechanism that looked like something from an electronics store. The hissing was coming from the canister, a slow, steady release of something that definitely wasn't oxygen. I reached for it, then stopped. If I was right about what this device represented, touching it might destroy evidence. But if I was wrong, if this was somehow a legitimate part of the heating system, I might be creating a problem where none existed. The timer showed numbers I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. I pulled out my phone and used its flashlight function to illuminate the mechanism. The display showed a countdown, currently paused at what looked like 47 minutes. Below the timer, a small switch was set to the off position. Someone had been here recently. Someone had turned off this device and set the timer to pause. Someone who knew I was coming to the house today, who wanted me to find this but didn't want me to be in danger while I discovered it. Or someone who had been using this room for months, timing the release of gas to coincide with my brother's sleep schedule, and had simply forgotten to remove the evidence after his death. I sat back on my heels trying to process what I was seeing. If this device had been responsible for my brother's death, then someone had murdered him. Someone who knew his routines, who had access to his house, who understood enough about gas displacement to create a method that would look like natural causes or equipment failure. Someone who knew that I would eventually return to this room, and who wanted me to find the truth. But why leave the evidence? Why not remove the device after my brother died, eliminating any trace of what had really happened? The only logical explanation was that whoever had done this wanted it to be discovered, but only by the right person at the right time. The hissing stopped abruptly, and in the sudden silence I heard something else. Footsteps in the hallway outside the room. Slow, deliberate steps that paused just outside the door. I remained perfectly still, crouched beside the heating vent with the evidence of murder in my hands. The footsteps resumed, moving away from the door and toward the staircase. Someone was in the house with me, someone who had their own key or their own way of getting inside. Someone who might have been watching me discover what they wanted me to find. I carefully replaced the grate, leaving the screws loose but positioned to look secure from a distance. Whatever was happening here, whoever had killed my brother and whoever wanted me to know about it, I wasn't ready for a confrontation. Not yet, not until I understood who I could trust and who I couldn't. The footsteps had stopped, but I could feel a presence in the house, patient and waiting. I stood slowly, my joints protesting the movement, and moved toward the window. The scuff marks on the sill looked different now, less like evidence of a break-in and more like signs of regular use. Someone had been coming and going through this window for months, someone who knew exactly when my brother would be asleep and unable to hear them. Someone who knew me well enough to predict that I would eventually return to this room, seeking closure or comfort or simply the familiar scent of a place where my brother had lived. As I reached for the door handle, I realized that the person who had installed that device, who had slowly murdered my brother with patience and precision, might very well be someone I trusted. Someone who had attended the funeral, who had offered condolences, who had suggested that I take my time before cleaning out his belongings. Someone who had been waiting for me to discover the truth, not to bring them to justice, but to make me complicit in whatever came next. The door handle turned easily under my grip, but I didn't open it immediately. Beyond that door was a house that suddenly felt foreign, inhabited by someone whose motives I couldn't begin to understand, someone who had killed once and might be prepared to kill again. But staying in this room wasn't an option either. The device in the heating vent might be turned off now, but I had no way of knowing if there were others, or if the person in my house had the ability to activate it remotely. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, my senses hyper-alert for any sign of movement or sound. The house felt different now, charged with possibility and danger. Every shadow might conceal someone watching. Every creak of settling wood might mask the sound of approaching footsteps. I made my way toward the staircase, moving as quietly as possible on the hardwood floors. At the top of the stairs, I paused and listened. The house was silent now, but it was the kind of silence that felt occupied, full of held breath and careful stillness. Halfway down the stairs, I saw the front door standing slightly open, letting in a thin stream of afternoon air. I hadn't left it that way, and I was certain I'd locked it when I arrived. Someone had been here with me, and now they were gone, leaving behind only questions and the lingering scent of something I still couldn't identify. I approached the door cautiously, checking the lock and the frame for signs of forced entry. Everything looked normal, undamaged. Whoever had been here had their own key, or had been let in by someone they trusted. Someone like me. As I stood in the doorway, looking out at the quiet street where my brother had lived his final months, I realized that I might not be the person I thought I was. The certainty I'd carried about his death, about my own innocence in the matter, was crumbling like old paper in my hands. The device in the heating vent hadn't installed itself. The timer hadn't been set by accident. Someone with intimate knowledge of my brother's routines, someone he trusted enough to let into his house, had systematically poisoned the air he breathed until his weakened lungs couldn't sustain him anymore. And that someone had wanted me to find the evidence, had orchestrated this entire discovery like a performance designed for an audience of one. I pulled the door closed and turned the lock, but I knew it wouldn't keep out whoever had been here. They had access to this house, to this room, to the truth about what had really happened to my brother. And now they had something else, the knowledge that I knew what they had done. The question that remained, the one that would follow me out of this house and into whatever came next, was simple and terrible. Had I discovered a murder, or had I just remembered committing one? The hissing sound started again, faint but unmistakable, and I realized it might not have been coming from the device in the heating vent at all. It might have been coming from my own memory, the sound of air escaping from a room where someone was slowly, methodically, running out of time to breathe. Story 6. The curtains settled as the breeze slipped away. I felt the fabric brush against my arm, a ghost of warmth trailing after it. A faint scent of lavender lingered, clinging to the walls like a memory unwilling to fade. My skin tingled with a sensation that shouldn't have been there, as if the air around me conspired in whispers I couldn't hear. The room seemed unchanged, yet the echo beneath my feet felt unfamiliar. In the corner of my eye, a shadow shifted, a detail barely touched by the dim light, but certain to have never been part of the room before. The nausea comes in waves now, a persistent companion that arrives without invitation. It settles in my stomach like cold mercury, spreading through my limbs until even my fingertips feel heavy with dread. I've been carrying this weight for weeks, maybe longer. Time has become elastic, stretching and contracting in ways that make me question whether I'm remembering or dreaming. I keep thinking about the kitchen table, the way the light fell across its surface, creating patterns that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. There was something on that table, something small and significant, but when I try to focus on what it was, the image dissolves like sugar in rain. Instead, I remember the sound of breathing that wasn't mine, steady and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind my left shoulder. The breathing belonged to someone who shouldn't have been there. My hands shake when I think about this, not the violent tremor of fear, but something subtler, like the vibration of a tuning fork struck too softly to hear. I've noticed this happens whenever I try to piece together that afternoon, the one that exists in my memory as a series of disconnected fragments, each one sharp enough to cut but too small to form a complete picture. There was a phone call before everything changed. The voice on the other end spoke in measured tones, each word carefully chosen and placed like stones in a garden path. I remember agreeing to something, nodding even though no one could see me, but the content of that conversation has vanished completely. What remains is the aftertaste of compliance, bitter and lingering. The house felt different afterward. Rooms I'd walked through countless times suddenly seemed foreign, as if someone had moved all the furniture an inch to the left while I wasn't paying attention. The floorboards creaked in new places. Shadows fell at impossible angles. Even my own reflection in the bathroom mirror looked somehow askew, like a photograph slightly out of focus. I started noticing the smell then, not lavender this time, but something else, something organic and patient. It reminded me of the way soil smells after rain, rich and dark and full of things growing in secret. The scent would appear without warning, usually in the periphery of other experiences, threading itself through conversations and meals until I began to associate it with a feeling of being watched. Someone had been in the house while I was away. I knew this with the same certainty I knew my own name, though I couldn't point to any evidence that would convince another person. Nothing was missing, nothing was obviously disturbed, but the air itself felt rearranged, as if invisible fingers had touched every surface, leaving traces only I could sense. The visitor had stood in my bedroom. I could feel the impression of their presence like a warm spot on a pillow, concentrated near the window where the afternoon light gathered in a pool of gold. They had looked through my things, not searching for anything specific, but examining, cataloging, learning the texture of my private world. This knowledge came to me gradually, building like pressure behind my eyes until I had to sit down and press my palms against my temples. The certainty was overwhelming and completely irrational, which made it even more disturbing. I began checking locks obsessively, testing windows, examining door frames for scratches or signs of tampering, finding nothing but feeling no relief. The dreams started around the same time, if they were dreams. I would find myself standing in rooms I didn't recognize, having conversations with people whose faces I couldn't quite see. These exchanges felt urgent and important, filled with subtext I couldn't decode. I would wake with words on my tongue that tasted like secrets, syllables that dissolved before I could capture their meaning. In one of these nocturnal episodes, I was sitting across from someone at a restaurant table. The lighting was dim, all amber and shadow, and the person opposite me kept their hands folded in a way that suggested patience and control. They were explaining something to me, something about consequences and choices, about how certain actions create ripples that spread far beyond their intended scope. I agreed to meet them again. The memory of this agreement is crystal clear, even though everything else about the encounter remains frustratingly vague. I remember the weight of commitment settling on my shoulders like a heavy coat, and the way my companion smiled when I nodded my acceptance. But I can't remember what I agreed to do. The gap in my memory has edges as sharp as broken glass. I can approach it carefully, examining its perimeter, but any attempt to look directly into the void results in a kind of mental static, a buzzing that fills my head and makes my vision blur. Something happened in that missing space, something that explains the nausea and the trembling hands and the persistent feeling that I'm being observed. I've started finding things in places where I didn't put them. Small objects seemingly insignificant. A pen on the kitchen counter when I'm certain I left it in the bedroom. A book moved from one shelf to another. A coffee cup that appears clean and dry in the sink, though I don't remember washing it or using it at all. Each discovery brings a fresh wave of disorientation, as if reality itself has become unreliable. I've begun to doubt my own perceptions, questioning whether these relocations are actually happening or whether my mind is constructing a mystery where none exists. The uncertainty is almost worse than the fear because it undermines my ability to trust my own senses. There's a photograph on my desk that I don't remember taking. It shows a street corner, unremarkable except for the way the shadows fall across the pavement in patterns that seem deliberately arranged. In the background, barely visible, is a figure walking away from the camera. The person is too distant to identify, but something about their posture suggests familiarity, as if I should know who they are. I've studied this photograph for hours, searching for clues about when and why I might have taken it. The quality of light suggests late afternoon, but that could describe hundreds of different occasions. The architecture in the frame is generic, offering no hints about location. Only the walking figure provides any sense of specificity, and they remain tantalizingly anonymous. Sometimes I catch myself staring at this image without remembering when I picked it up. I'll become aware of holding the photograph, my eyes fixed on that distant figure, with no recollection of deciding to look at it. These moments of lost time are becoming more frequent, small gaps in consciousness that leave me feeling disconnected from my own experience. The phone has been ringing at strange intervals, not the normal pattern of calls from friends or work, but something more irregular and purposeful. When I answer, there's usually silence on the other end, a quality of listening that feels active and intentional. Occasionally, I hear background noise, the kind of ambient sound that suggests public spaces, crowds, movement. Once I thought I heard my own voice speaking to someone else, the words too distant to understand, but the cadence unmistakably mine. The conversation seemed animated, even friendly, which made it all the more unsettling. I hung up quickly, but the echo of that impossible dialogue lingered in my ears for the rest of the afternoon. I've started avoiding mirrors without consciously deciding to do so. I realized this when I caught myself taking elaborate routes through my own house to avoid passing reflective surfaces. When I do glimpse myself accidentally, the face looking back seems to belong to someone who's been keeping secrets from me, someone who knows things I don't about my own life. The lavender scent has returned, stronger now and accompanied by other fragrances that shouldn't exist in my sterile environment. Roses, maybe, or jasmine, something floral and cloying that makes the air feel thick and difficult to breathe. The smell seems to concentrate in corners and doorways, as if it's pooling in the spaces between rooms. I found a key in my coat pocket that doesn't belong to any lock I recognize. It's old-fashioned, brass with an ornate head, the kind that might open a jewelry box or a small chest. The metal is warm to the touch, as if it's been held recently by someone else's hands. I've tried it on every locked thing in my house, but it doesn't fit anywhere. The key feels significant in a way that makes my chest tight with anxiety. I carry it with me now, rolling it between my fingers like worry beads, hoping that the repetitive motion will somehow unlock the memories that have been sealed away from me. But the brass only grows warmer with handling, and the mystery deepens. There's a bruise on my arm that I can't account for. It's perfectly round, about the size of a thumbprint, dark purple fading to yellow at the edges. The mark is positioned in a place I couldn't have reached easily myself, and I have no memory of bumping into anything or being grabbed by anyone. Yet there it is, proof of contact I don't remember having. I've been pressing the bruise compulsively, testing its tenderness, trying to coax some recollection from the damaged tissue. The pain is sharp and immediate, more real than most of my recent experiences, but it offers no insights into its origin. If anything, the physical discomfort only emphasizes how disconnected I've become from my own body. The house makes different sounds now, not just the usual settling and creaking, but something more purposeful. Footsteps that start and stop without following any logical pattern. The whisper of fabric against walls, the soft click of doors closing in rooms I'm not occupying. I've learned to ignore these auditory intrusions, but they continue to register in my peripheral awareness like a constant low-level alarm. I keep thinking about the kitchen table again, about that object I can't quite remember. The harder I try to focus on it, the more elusive it becomes, but I'm convinced it holds the key to understanding everything else. It was small enough to fit in my palm, smooth and cool to the touch, significant in a way that made my heart race when I first saw it. Someone gave it to me. This knowledge arrives suddenly, complete and certain. A gift, or perhaps not a gift, but a token, something passed between us to seal an understanding I no longer remember making. The exchange happened in that missing space in my memory, during those lost hours that exist now only as a void surrounded by fragments. The person who gave me the object was someone I trusted, someone whose presence in my life felt natural and welcome. But trust, I'm learning, can be a dangerous thing when your memory has been compromised. The warmth of familiarity might be hiding something cold and calculating, something that requires forgetting in order to function. I've been having conversations with myself, full dialogues where I play both parts without conscious intention. I'll become aware of my voice in the middle of an argument, passionate and defensive, responding to accusations I don't remember making. These internal debates feel urgent and necessary, as if some part of my mind is trying to work through a problem that my conscious self isn't allowed to acknowledge. The topics of these conversations remain frustratingly vague after the fact, but the emotional residue is always the same, guilt mixed with justification, fear tempered by resignation. I'm defending actions I can't remember taking, explaining choices I don't recall making, negotiating with aspects of myself that seem to know more about my situation than I do. The shadow in the corner has become a permanent fixture, always visible in my peripheral vision but disappearing when I turn to look directly at it. I've stopped trying to catch it in full view, accepting its presence as part of my new reality. Sometimes I even find it comforting, like having a silent companion who understands the weight of secrets. But understanding and comfort are not the same thing. The shadow knows what I've forgotten, and its knowledge feels like a judgment I'm not prepared to face. It watches with the patience of something that has already seen the ending, waiting for me to catch up to truths I'm not sure I want to discover. The key is growing heavier in my pocket, or maybe my awareness of it is intensifying. I can feel its shape through the fabric, a constant reminder of locks I haven't found and doors I might not want to open. But curiosity is a persistent thing, and forgetting requires more energy than remembering. I think I'm ready to find out what I've been hiding from myself. The lavender scent is strongest near the window where the curtains hang, and I realize now that it's not coming from inside the house at all. Someone has been standing in my garden, close enough to the glass that their presence has seeped through the walls. They've been waiting for me to remember, patient as a hunter, knowing that memory is not something that can be avoided forever. My hand finds the key in my pocket, and for the first time since I discovered it, the metal feels cool against my skin. Story 7. The unfinished pattern. My gaze had settled on the dusty windowsill, noticing the unbroken line of dust disturbed only by the solitary moth that fluttered aimlessly. The room was hushed, save for the rhythmic thump of a distant clock far removed from this forgotten corner. Shadows stretched themselves lazily across the floor, reaching for corners where the light dared not tread. Each creak of the old wooden frame seemed deliberate, a signal in disguise. I remained still, waiting for a sign, the world outside bustling with life unknown. Then a soft knock on the door broke the illusion, a pattern unfamiliar and incomplete, as if the hand paused mid-drap. I opened the door to find her standing there, clutching a manila envelope against her chest like armor. Her eyes held that particular shade of exhaustion I'd come to recognize in people who'd stopped sleeping properly. She was my neighbor's sister, the one who'd been calling me since her brother disappeared. The envelope crinkled as she shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "I found something," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder at the empty hallway. "In his apartment. The police missed it." The envelope felt heavier than it should have when she placed it in my hands. Inside were photographs, receipts, and a small notebook filled with cramped handwriting. The photographs showed ordinary scenes, a coffee shop, a parking garage, people walking down sidewalks, but something about them felt deliberate, purposeful, each image captured from a distance as if the photographer was hiding. Her brother had been documenting something or someone. The notebook contained addresses, license plate numbers, and what appeared to be schedules. Tuesday mornings at the bank, Thursday evenings at the grocery store, weekend visits to the park. The handwriting grew more erratic as the pages progressed, pressure marks indenting the paper so deeply they'd carved through to the sheets beneath. "He was scared," she said, settling into the chair across from my kitchen table. "The last few weeks before he vanished, he wouldn't answer his phone during certain hours, said people were watching him." I studied the final entry in the notebook, a single address circled multiple times in red ink. Below it, a question mark followed by the words "basement entrance." The coffee shop in the first photograph was only a few blocks away. I recognized the distinctive awning and the way the afternoon light hit the windows. If her brother had been conducting surveillance from there, he would have had a clear view of the building across the street, the same building whose address was circled in his notebook. Walking there felt like following breadcrumbs through a forest that grew darker with each step. The coffee shop owner remembered him, described him as the quiet customer who always sat by the window, nursing a single cup for hours while scribbling in a notebook. He'd been a regular for months, always arriving at the same time, always watching the building across the street. "Strange thing was," the owner said, wiping down the counter with mechanical precision, "he stopped coming the same day that woman stopped showing up over there." "What woman?" I asked. "The one he was always watching. Pretty thing, always looked nervous. Used to visit that building every few days, always used the side entrance. Haven't seen her since he disappeared." The building across the street housed several small businesses and a few residential units on the upper floors. The side entrance led to a narrow stairwell that served the apartments, but according to the notebook, there was also a basement entrance. I circled the building twice before finding it, a steel door tucked beneath the front steps, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look. The door was unlocked. The basement smelled of damp concrete and something else, something organic and unsettling. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting unstable shadows that seemed to move independently. Storage units lined the walls, most secured with padlocks, but one stood partially open. Inside, I found more photographs. These were different from the ones in the envelope. These showed the woman the coffee shop owner had described, but they were taken from much closer range, through windows in her car, walking to her mailbox. The progression was unmistakable. Someone had been stalking her. But were these photographs taken by her brother, or had he discovered them here? A sound from above made me freeze. Footsteps crossing the floor directly overhead, slow and deliberate. I gathered the photographs and made my way back to the steel door, my heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps had stopped, but I could sense someone listening, waiting. I climbed the stairs to the main entrance and studied the directory. The woman in the photographs lived in apartment 3B. The footsteps I'd heard could have come from anywhere, but something told me they'd come from directly above the storage unit, apartment B. The hallway on the second floor was carpeted in worn burgundy that muffled my footsteps. Apartment 2B's door was slightly ajar, revealing a slice of darkness beyond. I pressed my ear to the gap and heard the soft whisper of pages turning. "You can come in," a voice said from within. "I've been expecting you." The man sitting in the armchair looked nothing like what I'd imagined. He was older, maybe 60, with gentle eyes and hands that shook slightly as he closed the book in his lap. The apartment was neat, almost sterile, except for the wall covered in photographs. The same woman, taken from every conceivable angle and distance. "You're wondering about your friend," he said, gesturing to the empty chair across from him. "The one with the notebook." I remained standing, my hand on the doorknob. "He found my collection," the man continued, his voice carrying a note of what might have been pride. "Clever boy. Figured out I'd been watching her, following her patterns, but he misunderstood my intentions." The photographs on the wall weren't just surveillance shots. They were arranged chronologically, telling a story. The woman's expressions changed from page to page, from happiness to concern to something approaching fear. In the later images, she was constantly looking over her shoulder. "She was in danger," he said, following my gaze. "I was trying to protect her, document the threats, gather evidence, but your friend, he thought I was the threat." He opened a drawer in the side table and withdrew another notebook, this one bound in black leather. Inside were newspaper clippings, police reports, and handwritten notes detailing a pattern of harassment the woman had been experiencing. Someone had been leaving gifts at her door, following her to work, calling her at all hours. "I live alone," he said, his voice growing softer. "Retired, nothing but time on my hands. When I noticed she was being stalked, I decided to help, from a distance, of course. I documented everything, built a case." But if he was trying to help her, I asked, why was she afraid? Why did she stop coming to the building? His face darkened. "Because your friend confronted her, told her I was dangerous, that she needed to disappear. She trusted him instead of the evidence." He showed me the final entry in his notebook, dated the same day her brother vanished. A meeting had been arranged. The woman, her brother, and someone else. Someone whose identity was noted only as the real problem. "I followed them," he admitted, "to the warehouse district. Your friend was trying to convince her to go to the police, but she was terrified. Said the person threatening her would know, would find her wherever she went." The warehouse district was a maze of abandoned buildings and empty lots where people went to disappear, either by choice or by force. If something had happened to her brother there, finding evidence would be nearly impossible. "I saw them arguing," he continued. "Then a car pulled up. The woman recognized the driver and started screaming. That's when I knew your friend had been right to be suspicious, but wrong about who the real threat was. Who was driving the car? I asked. Someone she trusted, someone who'd been using me as a distraction while they closed in on her. I was the obvious suspect, the strange old man with the camera. While everyone was watching me, they were free to operate. The leather notebook contained one final photograph, taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. The car, the three figures beside it, and a fourth person emerging from the driver's seat. The image was grainy, but the body language was unmistakable. The woman was terrified. Her brother was trying to position himself between her and the newcomer. I called the police, he said, but by the time they arrived, everyone was gone. No evidence, no witnesses except a crazy old man with a story about stalkers and missing persons. I studied the photograph more closely. The fourth figure was wearing a uniform of some kind, something official. The car wasn't a typical civilian vehicle either. It had the boxy shape and high antenna characteristic of government or law enforcement vehicles. She'd gone to the police before, he said, reading my expression. Multiple times, filed complaints, requested protection, but the harassment continued, got worse. That's when I realized the threat might be coming from inside the system she was trying to use for help. The implications settled over me like a cold fog. If her brother had discovered that someone in law enforcement was stalking this woman, his disappearance took on an entirely different meaning. He hadn't just stumbled into a dangerous situation. He'd uncovered something that people would kill to keep secret. I have copies of everything, the old man said, opening another drawer. Every photograph, every note, every piece of evidence I gathered. I've been waiting for someone to give it to, someone who might be able to do something with it. But as I reached for the files, a sound from the hallway made us both freeze. Heavy footsteps moving with purpose. The old man's face went pale as he recognized something I couldn't identify. They found us, he whispered, gathering the photographs from the wall with frantic efficiency. Take the files and go. Use the fire escape. The footsteps had stopped outside the door. I could hear voices now, low and professional. Official voices discussing entry procedures and evidence collection. But there was something wrong with the timing, something too convenient about their arrival. I grabbed the files and moved toward the window, but before I could open it, the door burst inward. Three figures in dark clothing, faces obscured by tactical gear. Not police uniforms, but something else. Something that suggested authority without clearly identifying its source. Step away from the window, one of them commanded. Both of you, hands visible. The old man complied immediately, his hands trembling as he raised them. But his eyes met mine for just a moment, and I saw something there that chilled me more than the weapons pointed in our direction. Recognition. He knew who these people were. We're going to need those files, the leader said, extending a gloved hand toward me. Evidence in an ongoing investigation. What investigation? I asked. What agency are you with? That's not your concern. Your concern is cooperating with a lawful seizure of materials relevant to national security. National security, the phrase hung in the air like smoke, obscuring more than it revealed. What could a missing person case possibly have to do with national security, unless the missing person had discovered something that threatened people in very high places? I handed over the files, but not before noticing that one of the photographs had fallen behind the radiator. A single image, showing the woman and her brother together, both looking directly at the camera with expressions of desperate hope, as if they'd known someone was documenting their story and believed it might save them. The tactical team left as quickly as they'd arrived, taking the old man with them. The apartment felt hollow in their absence, stripped of its purpose and meaning, but the photograph behind the radiator remained, a fragment of evidence in a case that was rapidly disappearing into official channels. I sat in the empty apartment as darkness fell outside, trying to piece together what I'd learned. A woman being stalked by someone in law enforcement, a neighbor who'd tried to help by documenting the harassment, her brother who'd discovered the truth and tried to save her. And now all of them were gone, erased as efficiently as entries in a database. The photograph showed something I hadn't noticed before. In the background, partially obscured by shadows, was another figure. Someone who'd been watching the watchers, documenting the documenters. The image was too blurry to make out details, but the posture suggested someone familiar with surveillance techniques. How many layers were there to this case? How many people had been watching, following, documenting? And at what point did protection become indistinguishable from persecution? I left the apartment building as the street lights flickered on, casting pools of yellow illumination that seemed to emphasize the darkness between them. The coffee shop was closed, its windows reflecting my own image back at me like a funhouse mirror. But in the reflection, I noticed something else. A figure standing in the doorway across the street, watching me with the same patient attention the old man had described. The watcher was being watched, the documenter was being documented, and somewhere in the maze of surveillance and counter-surveillance, 3 people had vanished without a trace. I walked home through streets that felt different now, charged with the possibility of hidden observers and concealed agendas. Every parked car might contain someone with a camera. Every pedestrian might be following a predetermined route designed to intersect with mine. The manila envelope was still on my kitchen table where I'd left it, but it felt like evidence from another lifetime. The innocent photographs and handwritten notes seemed quaint compared to what I'd discovered. A man trying to solve a mystery had become part of the mystery himself. I spread the remaining contents across the table and studied them with new eyes. The license plate numbers, the schedules, the addresses. What had looked like the obsessive notes of someone descending into paranoia now read like the careful documentation of someone who'd stumbled onto something much larger than a simple stalking case. One address appeared multiple times in different contexts. Not the apartment building, not the coffee shop, but a location I hadn't visited yet. According to the notes, it was significant somehow, connected to the woman's work schedule and the pattern of harassment she'd been experiencing. The address led to an office building in the government district, the kind of anonymous structure that housed dozens of federal agencies and contractors. According to the building directory, the woman had worked for a data analysis firm on the 7th floor, the kind of company that processed information for clients who preferred not to be identified. What kind of data had she been analyzing? What had she discovered that made her a target? The security guard in the lobby remembered her, described her as conscientious and quiet, the type of employee who stayed late and asked few questions. She'd worked there for several years without incident until recently, when she'd started acting nervous, jumpy. Started working different hours, he said, checking his logbook. Coming in early, leaving late like she was trying to avoid someone. Then one day she just stopped showing up. Her supervisor was less forthcoming, citing confidentiality agreements and company policy. But his discomfort was obvious. the way he avoided eye contact and kept glancing toward the door as if expecting interruption. She was working on a sensitive project, he finally admitted. Pattern analysis for a government client, looking for anomalies in personnel records, financial transactions, communication patterns. What kind of anomalies? I asked. The kind that suggests someone is operating outside official channels, using their position for personal gain or unauthorized activities. The pieces were beginning to form a picture, but it was a picture that raised more questions than it answered. A data analyst discovers evidence of corruption or criminal activity within a government agency. She becomes a target for harassment and surveillance. A neighbor tries to help by documenting the threats against her. Her brother attempts to intervene, and all three disappear. But which agency, which officials, and how high did the corruption reach? The supervisor's nervousness suggested he knew more than he was willing to share. His constant glances toward the door implied he was expecting someone or afraid someone might be listening. When I asked about the specific nature of the project she'd been working on, he stood up abruptly and announced that the interview was over. "I've already said too much," he muttered, escorting me toward the elevator. "Some things are better left buried." But as the elevator doors closed, I caught a glimpse of him reaching for his phone, dialing a number with the practiced efficiency of someone making a familiar call. A report call, a warning call. I was now part of the pattern myself, another data point in someone's analysis. My questions had been noted, my interest recorded. Somewhere, someone was updating a file with my name and activities. The realization should have been frightening, but instead it felt oddly liberating. I was no longer an outside observer trying to solve a mystery. I was inside the mystery, subject to the same forces that had consumed the others. Walking back through the government district, I noticed details that had escaped my attention before. The subtle positioning of security cameras, the way certain pedestrians seemed to maintain consistent distances from each other, the vehicles that appeared at multiple intersections along my route. The infrastructure of surveillance was everywhere once you learned to see it. Not the obvious cameras and checkpoints, but the human network of watchers and followers that operated in the spaces between official oversight. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. "Coffee shop, 1 hour, come alone." The message could have been from anyone, but something about its timing and brevity suggested it was connected to my investigation. Someone wanted to meet, to share information, or perhaps to warn me away from pursuing the case further. The coffee shop was nearly empty when I arrived, just a few customers scattered among the tables and the owner cleaning equipment behind the counter. I chose the same table by the window that her brother had used for his surveillance, the one with a clear view of the apartment building across the street. She walked in exactly 1 hour after the text message, moving with the careful precision of someone who learned to be constantly aware of her surroundings. I recognized her immediately from the photographs, though she looked older now, worn down by weeks or months of living in fear. "You've been asking questions about me," she said, sliding into the chair across from mine. "Dangerous questions." I asked how she'd found me, how she'd known to make contact. "I never really disappeared," she said. "I've been watching, trying to figure out who could be trusted. When I saw you talking to the old man, saw what happened to him, I knew you were getting close to the truth." She ordered coffee with hands that shook slightly, the tremor of someone running on adrenaline and insufficient sleep. Her eyes never stopped moving, scanning the other customers, the street outside, the reflections in the windows. My brother thought he was protecting me, she continued, but he didn't understand how deep this goes, how many people are involved. When he tried to confront them directly, he played right into their hands. What happened to him? I asked. They offered him a choice: disappear quietly and I'd be left alone, or continue making noise and we'd both disappear permanently. He chose to protect me. But that didn't explain why she was still running, still afraid. Because the corruption I discovered isn't just about one rogue agent or a single department. It's systematic, institutional. People in positions of authority using their access to eliminate threats, silence whistleblowers, protect their operations. She reached into her purse and withdrew a small digital device, something that looked like a modified USB drive. I copied everything before I ran: financial records, communication logs, operational plans, enough evidence to bring down dozens of people in multiple agencies. Why hadn't she gone public with the information? Why continue hiding instead of exposing the truth? Because they control the channels of exposure, she said. Media contacts, law enforcement agencies, congressional oversight committees. They've spent years building networks of influence and intimidation. Anyone who tries to expose them becomes a target. The USB device sat on the table between us like a small bomb, containing enough explosive information to shatter careers and potentially save lives. But it also represented a death sentence for anyone who tried to use it. I'm giving this to you, she said, because you're not part of any official system they can pressure or compromise. You're just someone who stumbled into this by accident, which makes you both safer and more dangerous than you realize. I picked up the device, feeling its weight and significance. With it came the responsibility of deciding what to do with information that could change everything or get me killed in the attempt. There's something else, she said, glancing toward the window. The old man who was helping me, documenting everything. He wasn't just a concerned neighbor. He's former intelligence, retired but still connected. He knew exactly what he was looking for and how to find it. That explained his professional approach to surveillance, his systematic documentation methods, but it also raised new questions about his motivations and connections. He reached out to me through secure channels, she continued, said he'd been monitoring communications and identified me as someone in danger, offered to help build a case that could be presented through unofficial channels. Unofficial channels, the shadow networks that operated parallel to official government structures, populated by retired agents and former officials who maintained their access and influence long after leaving formal employment. But even those channels have been compromised, she said. That's how they found him so quickly, how they knew exactly where to look. Someone on the inside tipped them off. The coffee shop suddenly felt exposed, too public for the kind of conversation we were having. Other customers were beginning to pay attention to our intense discussion, and I noticed a van that had been parked across the street when I arrived was still there, its occupants invisible behind tinted windows. We need to leave, she said, following my gaze. Separately, take different routes. She stood to go, then turned back with one final piece of information. The address in my brother's notebook, the one that was circled in red ink, that's where they took him. If you're going to continue investigating, that's where you'll find your answers. She walked out through the back exit, leaving me alone with the USB device and the weight of decision. I could walk away, pretend this conversation had never happened, return to my normal life, and let the mystery remain unsolved. Or I could follow the trail to its conclusion, knowing that each step took me deeper into a web of corruption and violence that had already claimed multiple victims. The van across the street hadn't moved, but I could see shadows shifting behind the windshield. They were waiting to see what I would do, which direction I would choose. I left through the front entrance and walked directly toward the van, curious to see how they would respond to a direct approach. As I got closer, the engine started and the vehicle pulled away from the curb, maintaining its distance but clearly following my movements. The game had changed. I was no longer investigating a disappearance. I was part of an active operation with multiple players and competing agendas. The question was whether I was a target to be eliminated or an asset to be manipulated. The address from her brother's notebook led to an industrial area on the outskirts of the city, where abandoned warehouses and empty lots created a landscape of shadows and hiding places. The specific building was larger than the others, with multiple entrances and what appeared to be recent activity despite its officially abandoned status. I parked several blocks away and approached on foot, using the cover of other buildings to avoid direct observation. The van that had been following me was nowhere to be seen, but that didn't mean I wasn't being watched through other means. The main entrance was secured with new locks despite the building's derelict appearance, but the loading dock on the side had been left partially open, revealing a slice of darkness beyond. I slipped inside and found myself in a space that had been recently occupied, with evidence of temporary structures and electrical installations. Fresh tire tracks in the dust led deeper into the building, toward what appeared to be a series of smaller rooms or offices. I followed the tracks, my footsteps echoing in the vast space despite my attempts to move quietly. The first room contained folding tables and chairs arranged in a meeting configuration. Documents were scattered across the surfaces, but most had been partially destroyed, leaving only fragments of text and images. What remained suggested operational planning, target identification, resource allocation. The second room was different. Personal items were scattered across the floor. A wallet, keys, a cell phone with a cracked screen. Her brother's belongings abandoned or dropped during some kind of struggle. But there was no sign of him, no indication of what had happened or where he might have been taken. The room felt like a stage set, designed to suggest violence without providing actual evidence of harm. I was examining the cell phone when I heard voices approaching from outside the building. Multiple people, moving with the coordinated precision of a tactical team. I had perhaps seconds before they reached the loading dock entrance. The building's layout offered limited escape routes, but I noticed a service ladder leading to an upper level where windows provided access to the roof. I climbed quickly, trying to minimize noise while maximizing speed. From the upper windows I could see the team entering the building below. 6 figures in dark clothing, moving with professional efficiency through the same route I'd taken. But their search patterns suggested they knew exactly where to look, as if they'd been monitoring my progress through the building. One of them was carrying a device that looked like a signal detector, sweeping it back and forth as they moved. They weren't just looking for people, they were looking for electronic devices. The USB drive in my pocket suddenly felt like a beacon, broadcasting my location to anyone with the right equipment. I made my way across the roof toward an adjacent building, using the cover of ventilation equipment and rooftop structures to avoid being silhouetted against the sky. The neighboring building was lower, requiring a controlled fall rather than a simple step across. The impact jarred my knees but didn't cause serious injury. I was now one building away from my pursuers, but still within their operational perimeter. Getting back to my car would require crossing open ground where I could be easily observed and intercepted. Instead, I decided to wait. If they were tracking the USB device, they would eventually realize I was no longer in the original building and expand their search pattern. But if I remained stationary and hidden, they might conclude I'd escaped the area entirely. From my position on the adjacent roof, I could observe their activities without being seen. The team spent considerable time in the building, conducting what appeared to be a thorough search of every room and level, but their movement story ate. On most evenings, the puzzle pieces lay untouched, arrayed across the coffee table like a quiet, familiar landscape. Each piece seemed to hold its place, patiently waiting for hands that rarely came. The box wasn't moved, the lid slightly ajar as if inviting completion. For weeks, the scene stayed unchanged, except for a small but unsettling shift each morning, a piece missing or swapped, a new edge next to an old one. I told myself it was nothing, perhaps a dream shifting the pieces in the night. But today, the corner piece is gone, and I don't remember leaving the window open. The cardboard smell, that's what comes back first, always. Not the image of the puzzle itself, but that particular scent of pressed paper and dust that clings to old games. I can taste it on my tongue when I wake up, metallic and stale. Sometimes I think I'm still dreaming, but then I see the coffee table and know I'm not. There was someone here, had to be. The pieces don't move themselves, do they? I keep telling myself that, but my voice sounds hollow in the empty room. The carpet shows no footprints. The door was locked when I checked it this morning, same as always, chain still in place. I remember starting the puzzle, or do I? The memory feels borrowed, like something I watched happen to someone else. 1,000 pieces of blue sky and white clouds, the kind of image that looks simple until you realize every piece is nearly identical. My hands reaching for the corner pieces first, the way you're supposed to start, the way someone taught me. Who taught me that? The thought stops me cold. I'm standing in the kitchen now, coffee mug halfway to my lips, and I can't remember walking here. The puzzle box sits on the counter, though I'm certain I left it by the table. The image on the front shows a pastoral scene, rolling hills and a farmhouse, but when I blink it seems different, darker somehow. The windows of the house look empty. You always were good with puzzles. The voice echoes in my head, but I can't place it. A woman's voice, familiar in a way that makes my chest tight. I set the mug down with shaking hands and it clatters against the counter. Back in the living room, more pieces have moved. I'm sure of it now. The border that I'd been building along the table's edge has gaps like missing teeth. 3 pieces sit in the center, arranged in a small triangle. I don't remember doing that. The window is closed. I check the lock twice, then a third time. The brass mechanism is old but sturdy, and it takes effort to turn. No one could have opened it from outside without breaking something. But the corner piece is still gone, and now I notice something else. A smudge on the glass about shoulder height. The mark of a palm pressed against the window from inside. My palm. I hold my hand up to compare, and the match is perfect. When did I do that? Why would I press my hand against the window while standing in my own living room? The glass is cold under my fingers, and for a moment I feel dizzy, like I'm falling backward through my own reflection. The puzzle pieces blur together when I look at them now. blue and white fragments scattered across dark wood, meaningless without their connections. I try to remember the last time I actually worked on it, actually sat down with intention to solve something. The memory won't come. Instead, I remember the smell of coffee and someone humming, a tune I almost recognize, something soft and repetitive. The sound seems to come from the kitchen, but when I turn to look, there's only silence. The coffee maker is unplugged, has been for weeks. I only use the instant kind now. Don't I? The mug on the counter is still warm. I'm losing pieces of myself the same way I'm losing pieces of the puzzle. Fragments disappearing when I'm not looking, leaving gaps I can't explain. I find myself standing in rooms with no memory of entering them, holding objects I don't remember picking up. This morning it was a photograph, face down on the bedroom dresser. When I turned it over, the image was too faded to make out the faces, but something about the pose felt familiar. Two people standing close together, one slightly taller than the other. The puzzle box is back on the coffee table when I return to the living room, though I'm certain I left it in the kitchen. The lid is completely off now, set to one side like someone was searching through the remaining pieces, looking for something specific. I count them, 943 pieces left in the box. The puzzle should have 1,000. 57 pieces are missing, not just the few I thought I'd lost. 57 pieces of sky and farmhouse and rolling hills, gone without explanation. Or maybe there's an explanation I'm not ready to remember. The humming starts again, so faint I might be imagining it, the same tune coming from somewhere behind me. I turn slowly, afraid of what I might see, but there's only the empty hallway leading to the bedrooms. The sound stops as soon as I focus on it, like a radio being switched off. You never could finish what you started. This time the voice is clearer, disappointed but not angry. I know that tone, know the way it makes my shoulders tense and my hands clench into fists, but I can't see who's speaking. The living room is empty, afternoon light slanting through the windows and illuminating dust motes that dance like tiny ghosts. I check the locks again, front door, back door, every window in the house, all secure, all locked from the inside. But the puzzle pieces keep moving when I'm not watching, and now I find myself wondering if I'm the one moving them. If my hands are working while my mind sleeps, trying to solve something I can't consciously understand. The missing corner piece was dark blue with a hint of white cloud. I remember that now, remember holding it up to the light and seeing how the colors blended together. It was the first piece I placed, the anchor for everything else. Without it, the puzzle has no starting point, no foundation to build from. Like trying to remember a story when you've forgotten how it begins. I sit on the couch and stare at the scattered pieces, willing them to make sense. Some have been flipped over, showing their blank cardboard backs. Others are grouped by color in ways that seem almost deliberate. Blue pieces here, green there, a small pile of white that might be clouds or might be something else entirely. The photograph on the dresser had white in it too, a white dress, maybe, or a white car in the background. The details swim away from me when I try to focus on them, like looking at something underwater. We could have finished it together. The voice is so close now I can feel breath on my neck, but when I spin around there's nothing there. Just the empty couch cushions and the afternoon shadows growing longer. My heart pounds against my ribs and I realize I'm holding my breath, listening for footsteps that never come. The puzzle pieces seem to shimmer in the fading light, and for a moment I see them not as fragments of a pastoral scene, but as something else entirely. Pieces of a different image, darker and more complex. A scene I don't want to remember but can't quite forget. Two figures in a room, one standing, one sitting. The standing figure holds something in their hands, something small and precise. The sitting figure looks up with an expression I can't quite make out, but the body language suggests trust, or maybe resignation. I blink and the vision is gone, leaving only cardboard and confusion. The coffee table has drawers. I've lived in this house for months, maybe longer, but I'm just noticing them now. Two small drawers with brass handles that match the window locks. I pull the first one open and find it empty except for dust and a single puzzle piece. The missing corner piece. It sits in the center of the drawer like it was placed there deliberately, carefully positioned so I would find it. The dark blue is exactly as I remembered, with that hint of white cloud along one edge. But when I pick it up, something feels wrong. The piece is warm, as if someone else was holding it moments before. I place it back on the table with the others, and immediately it fits into place, completing the corner I'd been trying to build. The satisfaction should feel good, but instead it makes me nauseous, like I've just solved the wrong puzzle entirely. The second drawer sticks when I try to open it, the wood swollen with age or moisture. When it finally gives way, I find more pieces inside. Not puzzle pieces this time, but fragments of something else. A torn envelope with no address, a key that doesn't match any lock in the house, a small white button that might have come from a shirt or a coat. And underneath it all, a piece of paper with writing I almost recognize. The handwriting is careful and precise, the kind that comes from years of practice. But the words themselves make no sense, or maybe I'm not ready to understand them yet. The pieces never fit the way you think they will. I read the sentence over and over, but it doesn't become clearer. If anything, it seems to blur more each time, the letters rearranging themselves when I'm not looking directly at them. Like the puzzle pieces, shifting and changing according to rules I don't understand. The humming returns as the sun sets, accompanied now by other sounds. The soft scrape of cardboard against wood, the whisper of fingers sorting through small objects, the barely audible sigh of someone settling into a familiar task. I follow the sounds through the house, but they always seem to come from the room I just left. When I return to the living room, more pieces have been added to the puzzle, not randomly this time, but with clear intention. Someone is building the farmhouse piece by careful piece. The windows of the house are taking shape now, and I can see that they're not empty after all. There are shadows behind the glass, suggestions of movement and life, or maybe death. The distinction becomes harder to make as more pieces fall into place. You're remembering now, aren't you? The voice is patient, almost kind. It comes from everywhere and nowhere, like it's being spoken inside my own head. I want to answer, but I'm not sure what I'm remembering, or if I want to remember it at all. The puzzle is half finished when I wake up on the couch. I don't remember falling asleep, don't remember dreaming, but the taste of cardboard is stronger now, and my hands are dusty with puzzle residue. The farmhouse is nearly complete, surrounded by rolling hills and patches of blue sky. But something is wrong with the image. The pastoral scene from the box cover has been altered, corrupted by pieces that don't belong. Dark spots in the sky that might be storm clouds or might be something else. Windows that show not the warm glow of home, but something cold and empty. And in the foreground, where the green hills should roll peacefully toward the farmhouse, there are two small figures, one standing, one fallen. The details are too small to make out clearly, but the positioning suggests a story I don't want to read. I check the box cover again, but now I'm not sure what I'm seeing. The image seems to shift depending on how I hold it, like one of those optical illusions that shows two different pictures depending on your perspective. Sometimes it's the peaceful farm scene I remember. Sometimes it's something much darker. The missing pieces aren't missing anymore. They're all here, all accounted for, building an image I never intended to create. My hands must have been working while I slept, guided by muscle memory and instincts I thought I'd buried. We always did work well together. The voice is fond now, almost nostalgic. I turn toward it, and for just a moment I see her, standing by the window with her back to me. The same height as the shadow on the glass, the same posture as the figure in the faded photograph. She's wearing something white, a dress or a shirt, and her hair catches the morning light. When I blink, she's gone, but the puzzle is finished. The completed image shows the farmhouse in perfect detail, every window and door exactly where it should be. The rolling hills stretch toward a horizon lined with trees, and the sky is the blue of a perfect summer day. It's beautiful and peaceful and exactly what the box promised. Except for the two figures in the foreground. They're clearer now, detailed enough that I can make out faces and expressions. The standing figure holds something small and precise, something that catches the light. The fallen figure looks up with an expression of surprise, or maybe understanding. The white dress is spread around her like spilled paint. I know those faces, I know that scene. I know what happened in that farmhouse, in those rolling hills, under that perfect blue sky. And I know why the puzzle pieces kept moving in the night. The cardboard smell is overwhelming now, mixed with something else. Something metallic and stale that reminds me of old pennies and forgotten promises. I try to stand, but my legs won't support me, and I realize I'm shaking. The completed puzzle sits on the coffee table like an accusation, every piece in its proper place. The image is clear and undeniable, a perfect recreation of a moment I've spent so long trying to forget. But forgetting isn't the same as erasing, and some puzzles solve themselves whether you want them to or not. The window is open now, though I don't remember opening it. The morning air carries the scent of grass and earth and growing things, the same smells that surrounded the farmhouse in the puzzle. In the distance, I can hear someone humming that familiar tune, getting closer with each repeated phrase. I look down at my hands and see they're covered in dust and cardboard fragments, evidence of work I don't remember doing. Under my fingernails are tiny pieces of the puzzle, blue and white and green, the colors of a perfect day that went terribly wrong. The box sits empty beside the completed image, its lid propped open like a mouth waiting to speak. Inside, pressed into the cardboard bottom, is an impression of all the pieces it once held, a negative image of the puzzle, showing not what was built, but what was taken away. Like memory itself, I think, like the way we build stories from fragments, filling in the gaps with hope and fear, and the terrible certainty that some truths are too heavy to carry alone. The humming stops, and in the silence that follows, I hear footsteps on the front porch. Slow, deliberate steps that I recognize even though I've spent so long trying to forget them. The sound of someone coming home, someone who never really left. I look at the completed puzzle one more time, memorizing the details I'll soon try to forget again. The farmhouse with its empty windows, the rolling hills under their perfect sky, the two figures in the foreground, forever frozen in their moment of truth. And I wait for the sound of a key in the lock, knowing that some puzzles are meant to be solved over and over again, each completion bringing us closer to truths we're not ready to face. The cardboard smell grows stronger, mixing with the morning air and the approaching footsteps, and I close my eyes and listen for the familiar voice that will soon explain everything I've been trying so hard not to understand. Story 9. The digital clock blinked 12:00, but my watch insisted on 11:57. The scent of old coffee lingered, yet the pot was empty, untouched since dawn. Shadows on the wall stretched impossibly long, bending away from the light. My footsteps echoed in disarray, an extra step, a shuffle that followed but never led. In the hallway mirror my reflection hesitated, a slight delay in its mimicry. I reached for the familiar coolness of the doorknob, and it was warm to the touch. The warmth spreads up my arm like recognition, like remembering something I never learned. I keep coming back to that doorknob, the brass surface worn smooth by countless hands. Mine, yes, but others too. How many others? The metal holds heat longer than it should, as if someone just... No, that's not right. Let me start again. There was a photograph, still is, I suppose, somewhere in the house. A group of us standing near a fence, smiling. But when I try to picture the faces, they blur at the edges. Mouths open mid-laugh, eyes looking just past the camera. Looking at what? The fence was white, wooden, paint peeling in long strips that curled like fingernails. Or maybe it was chain link, silver mesh catching afternoon light. I remember reaching through the gaps, touching something soft on the other side. Fabric maybe, or fur. The texture makes my stomach turn now, though I can't say why. Don't touch that, someone said, a voice I should recognize but don't. You don't know where it's been. But I did know, that's the thing. I knew exactly where it had been. The kitchen window faces the backyard. I stand there most mornings, watching the space where the fence used to be, or where I think it used to be. The property line is marked by nothing now except a subtle change in the grass, greener on one side, yellowed on the other, as if something happened there, something that changed the soil. I found a key once, small brass, hidden inside an old coffee can in the basement. The can was labeled in handwriting I didn't recognize, neat, careful letters spelling out words I couldn't quite make out. The ink had faded, or maybe my eyes were playing tricks. The key fit nothing in the house. I tried every door, every drawer, every cabinet, but it felt important, weighty in my palm like a secret. I kept it in my pocket for weeks, fingering its teeth whenever I felt that familiar unease creeping up my spine. Then one morning it was gone. I tore the house apart looking for it, checked every pocket, every surface, every crevice where something small might hide. Nothing, as if it had never existed at all. But my pocket still felt empty in that specific way. The way it feels when you lose something you didn't know you needed. There are gaps in the floorboards upstairs, thin spaces between the old wood where things could slip through and disappear. I've heard sounds from below, not quite footsteps, not quite settling, a rhythmic creaking that starts just as I'm falling asleep. When I investigate, the basement is always empty. Dust motes dancing in the single bulb's weak light, shelves lined with jars I don't remember filling, labels written in that same careful handwriting, contents obscured by cloudy glass. I opened one once. The smell that escaped was familiar, sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in water. It reminded me of something, a room maybe, or a person. The jar slipped from my hands, shattering on the concrete floor. The sound echoed longer than it should have, bouncing off walls that seemed farther away than before. When I cleaned up the pieces, my fingers came away stained, not cut, just marked with something that wouldn't wash off completely. The stain faded over time, but it left a shadow under my skin, a reminder of something I was trying to forget. You always were too curious, the voice says sometimes, usually when I'm between sleeping and waking. It could be my own voice, distorted by half-consciousness, or it could be someone else's, someone who knows me better than I know myself. The voice is right, though. I am too curious. I keep looking for answers to questions I can't quite formulate, searching through rooms that feel familiar and foreign at once. The attic ladder pulls down with a screech of old hinges. The space above is smaller than I remember, crowded with boxes that seem to multiply each time I visit. Labels written in various hands, mine, I think, but from different periods, different versions of myself leaving notes for the future. Winter clothes, one box reads, but inside I find only photographs. Faces I should know staring back at me with expressions I can't interpret. Some are smiling. Others look worried, glancing over their shoulders as if expecting something to emerge from the frame's edges. In one photo, I'm standing in what looks like this same attic, holding a photograph of myself in the attic, holding a photograph. The recursion makes my head spin. When did I take these pictures? Why? There's a mirror up there too, propped against the far wall. Old glass, silvered and spotted with age. My reflection looks different in it, younger somehow, but with older eyes. Eyes that have seen things I can't remember seeing. Behind my reflected shoulder, sometimes I catch glimpses of movement. Quick shadows that vanish when I turn around. The attic is always empty except for me and the boxes and the photographs that multiply like questions. The basement key, not the one I lost, but another one, older and more tarnished, hangs on a nail by the back door. I must have put it there, though I don't remember doing it. The nail is new, bright steel against weathered wood. Someone hammered it in recently. The basement door sticks, always has, or so it seems. I have to put my shoulder against it, push hard enough that when it finally gives way, I stumble forward into the darkness. The light switch is in a different place each time, sometimes on the right, sometimes the left. Sometimes I have to feel along the wall for several moments before my fingers find the familiar plastic toggle. The bulb flickers when it comes on, casting unsteady shadows that make the basement seem larger and smaller simultaneously. Corners disappear into darkness while other spaces feel compressed, intimate. The air smells of earth and something else, something organic and patient. I've been mapping the basement in my mind, trying to understand its geography. The stairs descend along the north wall, or what I think is north. Hard to tell direction down there. The furnace squats in one corner like a sleeping animal, its pilot light a steady blue eye in the gloom. But sometimes there are other rooms, spaces that branch off from the main area, leading deeper into the foundation, or deeper into something else. The walls in these additional rooms are different, smoother, as if they were carved rather than built. The air moves differently too, with currents that suggest vast spaces beyond what I can see. I found a chair down there once, just sitting in the middle of one of these extra rooms, facing a blank wall. The seat was worn smooth, shaped by years of use. Someone had spent considerable time in that chair, looking at that wall, thinking thoughts I couldn't fathom. I sat in it myself just for a moment. The wall seemed to shimmer, almost like it was trying to show me something. Patterns emerged from the rough surface, faces, maybe, or maps of places I'd never been. The longer I looked, the more convinced I became that the wall was looking back. When I stood up, the chair was gone, not moved, not hidden, simply absent, as if it had never existed. But the impression remained in the air, a chair-shaped absence that I could feel even with my eyes closed. The extra rooms were gone too, just the main basement, familiar and ordinary with its concrete floor and cobwebbed corners. but I could still sense them, waiting just beyond perception. Rooms that existed only when I wasn't looking for them. Upstairs, the house feels different after these basement visits. Rooms seem rearranged, though nothing has moved. The kitchen table sits in its usual spot, but the angle is wrong somehow. Sunlight falls through windows in patterns that don't match my memory of how afternoon light should behave. The refrigerator hums a tune I almost recognize. Not quite a melody, but close enough to make me pause and listen. Inside, food spoils in ways that don't follow normal rules. Milk sours while the expiration date is still days away. Fruit develops soft spots that form shapes, letters, maybe, or symbols from a language I never learned. I throw the spoiled food away, but it reappears. Not the same items, but similar ones, marked with the same impossible decay. As if the refrigerator is trying to tell me something through controlled decomposition. The garbage disposal grinds louder than it used to. When I run it, the sound echoes up through the pipes, reverberating in walls throughout the house. Sometimes I hear the grinding when the disposal isn't running at all. Late at night, usually, when I'm lying in bed trying to convince myself that all houses make strange noises. But this noise is different, purposeful, like something is being processed, broken down into smaller pieces. I want to look down the drain, but I'm afraid of what I might see, or what might see me looking. The bedroom mirror reflects more than it should, not just me, but suggestions of other figures, transparent shapes that move independently of my movements. They seem to be having conversations, gesturing to each other with hands I can almost see. Their mouths move in patterns that suggest urgent communication. I've tried talking to them, whispering questions to the glass in the dark. They pause when I speak, turning toward me with attention that feels almost physical, but they never answer in ways I can understand. Their responses come as changes in temperature, shifts in air pressure, alterations in the quality of light. The bed faces the mirror at an angle that lets me see both my reflection and the window behind me. Sometimes, lying there in the pre-dawn darkness, I watch figures move past the window, too tall to be neighbors, too purposeful to be random passers-by. They walk with deliberate steps, following paths that crisscross the yard in patterns that remind me of something I can't quite place. Circuit boards maybe, or maps of neural pathways, or the tracks animals make when they're searching for something specific. I've gone outside to look for footprints, but the ground never shows evidence of passage. Grass springs back into place, dirt remains undisturbed, yet I know they were there. The certainty sits in my chest like a stone, heavy and undeniable. The front door key turns easily now, though it used to stick. Someone has oiled the lock recently. The mechanism moves with smooth precision, clicking into place with a sound like satisfaction. But I don't remember oiling it, don't remember buying oil or thinking the lock needed attention. Small changes accumulate like snow. The doorbell button sits higher on the frame than before. The porch light casts shadows in new directions. The welcome mat bears footprints that don't match my shoes larger, with wear patterns that suggest a different gait, different habits. I should feel violated by these intrusions, but instead I feel recognized, as if the house is finally becoming what it was always meant to be, what it was waiting for me to notice. The mailbox flag stays up even when there's no mail to collect. The postal worker leaves it down, but by evening it's raised again, signaling to whom, for what purpose. I've started checking the box multiple times per day, hoping to catch whatever correspondence I'm apparently expecting. But the box remains empty except for the usual bills and advertisements. Nothing that would require a raised flag, nothing that explains the sense of anticipation that builds each time I walk to the curb. The house number has changed, not dramatically, just one digit, shifted to something similar but wrong. Neighbors don't seem to notice. Delivery drivers find the address without difficulty, but I know it's different, and the wrongness of it makes my skin crawl. I've considered changing it back, but I can't remember what the original number was. The digits swim in my memory, rearranging themselves each time I try to pin them down. Maybe the current number is correct, and my memory is what's changed. That possibility is worse than the alternative. The telephone rings at irregular intervals, but there's never anyone on the line when I answer. Not silence, something more active than that. Breathing, maybe, or the sound of someone listening very carefully. I've started letting it ring, but the sound penetrates every room, every thought, until I have no choice but to pick up. "Hello," I say, and the presence on the other end grows more attentive. "Hello," I repeat, and I can feel them leaning closer to their receiver. Sometimes I think I hear my own voice echoing back, delayed and distorted, as if I'm talking to myself across some vast distance or some unbridgeable gap in time. The conversation I'm having now, maybe, reaching backward to a version of me that doesn't yet know what I'm trying to warn them about. But I don't know what I'm trying to warn them about either. The knowledge sits just beyond reach, like a word on the tip of my tongue that won't quite form. The coffee pot has started brewing itself. I wake to the smell of fresh coffee, but I haven't set the timer or added grounds. The carafe fills with liquid that looks and smells right but tastes like memory, familiar and strange at once, carrying flavors I associate with times and places I can't quite locate. I drink it anyway. The warmth feels necessary even if the taste unsettles me. Each sip brings flashes of sensation. Sunlight through kitchen windows, voices in distant rooms, the feeling of being watched with benevolent attention. The grounds in the filter are always different from what I remember buying. Darker roasts, lighter roasts, blends I don't recognize. As if someone is experimenting, trying to find the exact combination that will trigger the right memory, unlock the right door. The kitchen clock runs fast, but only at certain times of day. Morning hours stretch longer than they should, while evenings compressed into brief moments of fading light. I've tried adjusting it, but the mechanism resists my efforts. The hands move where they want to go, marking time according to rules I don't understand. Sometimes I catch the clock running backward, unwinding the day in slow increments. When this happens, I feel a corresponding shift in my own perception. Memories that were clear moments before become fuzzy, while forgotten details suddenly snap into focus. The backward motion never lasts long, but its effects linger. I find myself remembering things that haven't happened yet, or forgetting things that are currently taking place. The boundary between past and future grows porous, letting experiences bleed through in both directions. I've started keeping a journal, trying to anchor myself to linear time through written records, but my handwriting changes from entry to entry, sometimes within single sentences. Different pens, different pressures, different personalities emerging through the movement of my hand across paper. Some entries are in my normal script, documenting ordinary events in ordinary language. Others are written in characters I don't recognize, though they feel familiar under my fingers. Still others are composed entirely of drawings, maps, maybe, or diagrams of systems I can't identify. The journal fills itself when I'm not looking. Pages I left blank contain detailed accounts of activities I don't remember performing. conversations with people I can't identify, descriptions of places that exist nowhere in my conscious memory. But reading these entries triggers flashes of recognition, half-formed images that might be memories or might be imagination. The sensation of being in those described places, speaking those recorded words, living experiences that belong to me and someone else simultaneously. The basement door is open again. I closed it this morning, I'm certain of that, but now it stands ajar, revealing the top few steps descending into darkness. Cool air flows up from below, carrying scents of earth and time and something else, something patient. I should close it, should turn the deadbolt and walk away, but my feet carry me forward, drawn by the promise of answers that wait in the deeper rooms. The rooms that exist only when I'm not looking for them, but which I can feel now, humming with expectant energy. The stairs creak under my weight, but the sound is different than before, more musical, as if the wood has been tuned to produce specific notes. Each step plays a tone in a sequence that might be random or might be a song I used to know. The light switch is on the left today. The bulb flickers to life, revealing the familiar basement concrete floor, cobwebbed corners, furnace squatting in its designated space. But the air moves differently, suggesting vast spaces beyond what I can see. I walk toward the far wall, the one that sometimes opens onto additional rooms. My hand extends before me, fingers searching for the boundary between solid matter and possibility. The wall feels normal at first, rough concrete, slightly damp, completely impermeable. Then my fingers find the gap. Not a door exactly, more like a fold in reality, a place where the wall forgets to be solid. My hand passes through without resistance, encountering space where space shouldn't exist. Cool air flows around my fingers, carrying whispers that might be wind or might be voices. I step through. The room beyond is larger than the house above, stretching in directions that don't correspond to any geography I understand. The ceiling disappears into darkness, while the floor extends beyond the reach of the basement's weak light. But I can see anyway, as if the space generates its own illumination. The chair is here again, positioned in the center of the vast room, but now it faces toward me instead of away, and someone is sitting in it. The figure is familiar and strange at once, my height, my build, my general shape, but composed of shadows and suggestion rather than solid matter. It watches me with attention that feels like recognition, like coming home after a long journey to find someone has been waiting. You remember now, it says, and the voice is mine but older, wearier, carrying knowledge I don't yet possess. Remember what, I ask, though part of me knows the answer. The doorknob, it says, the warmth, what it means. And suddenly I do remember, not everything, not yet, but enough. The warmth wasn't from my touch or anyone else's. It was from the door itself, heated by friction as it opened and closed, marking the passage of visitors who came and went while I slept or looked away or convinced myself I was alone. The house was never empty. I was never alone. The signs were everywhere, the rearranged rooms, the mysterious sounds, the food that spoiled in meaningful patterns, evidence of presence, of attention, of care. But whose presence, whose attention? The figure in the chair smiles, and I see my own face reflected back at me, not as I am now, but as I was before I started forgetting. Before I began the long process of convincing myself that the impossible things I witnessed were products of imagination rather than memory. The fence, I say, and the figure nods. The key, I continue, and understanding begins to dawn. The photographs we say together, and the basement around us shivers with recognition. I'm walking back up the stairs, but I don't remember deciding to leave the room. The figure in the chair watches me go with expressions I can't interpret: sadness, maybe, or patience. The promise that I'll return when I'm ready to remember more. The basement door closes behind me with a soft click. The deadbolt turns itself, sealing away the impossible room and its patient occupant. But I can still feel them there, waiting in the space between walls, in the gaps between what I know and what I've forgotten. The kitchen feels different now, smaller but more welcoming, as if it's adjusting itself to accommodate my expanding understanding. The coffee pot gurgles to life, beginning another mysterious brew. The clock on the wall ticks forward at its own chosen pace, marking time according to rules that make sense in ways I'm beginning to appreciate. I reach for the back door, needing air, needing space to process what I've experienced. The doorknob is warm under my palm, not hot, just pleasantly heated, like a hand that's been holding it moments before my arrival. But this time the warmth doesn't startle me. Instead, it feels like recognition. Like coming home to find evidence that someone has been maintaining the house in my absence, keeping things ready for my return. The yard beyond the door looks the same as always, but I see it differently now. The property line where the fence used to stand isn't empty, it's waiting. The yellowed grass marks not the site of something lost, but the location of something that will return when I'm ready to see it clearly. Above me, the attic window catches the light at an angle that suggests movement within. Not intrusion, but habitation. The natural occupation of space by presences that belong here as much as I do, perhaps more. I close the door and turn back toward the kitchen. The coffee is ready now, filling the room with an aroma that triggers flashes of memory, not complete scenes, but fragments of warmth and companionship and the comfortable presence of others. The digital clock blinks 12:00, but my watch shows 11:57. The discrepancy no longer bothers me. Time moves differently in this house, flowing according to needs rather than conventions. Some moments require expansion, others compression. The clocks are simply documenting these necessary adjustments. I pour coffee into a mug I don't remember owning, but which fits perfectly in my hands. The ceramic is warm before the liquid touches it, heated by contact with fingers that aren't quite mine, but aren't quite foreign either. The first sip brings clarity without revelation, understanding without complete knowledge. I'm beginning to remember, but the process will take time. The house will help, and so will its other occupants, the ones who exist in mirrors and photographs, in basement rooms and attic spaces, in the gaps between what I see and what I know. The doorknob grows warm again under someone's touch, and I smile. I'm not alone here. I never was. The realization should frighten me, but instead it brings a peace I haven't felt in longer than I can remember. Soon I'll remember why that peace feels so much like coming home. Story 10. The hum of the ceiling fan mixed with the gentle rustle of the curtains, swaying ever so slightly in the dusk. The soft light from the window cast long shadows across the patterned carpet, but one corner remained oddly dark, as if the evening light refused to touch it. The faint scent of lavender hung in the air, but underneath it, another scent lurked, something sharp and metallic. As I stood in the doorframe, the hairs on my neck prickled, drawn to the silent, unyielding presence of that shadowed corner. I keep coming back to that smell, sharp, like pennies left in a pocket too long, or when you bite your tongue and taste copper. The lavender was supposed to cover it, wasn't it? Someone had been spraying lavender everywhere those last few weeks. The bottles kept appearing on different surfaces. Kitchen counter, bathroom sink, the little table by the front door. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or behind myself. The order of things keeps shifting when I try to pin them down. There was a conversation. I remember fragments of it, voices layered over each other like radio stations bleeding through static. Someone was saying something about the weather, how it had been so humid lately, how things didn't dry properly, how smells lingered longer than they should. You notice it too, don't you? That voice, I can almost place it, but when I reach for the memory, it dissolves like sugar in water. Was it a question or a statement? The tone suggested they already knew the answer. The room had been different before. I'm certain of this, though I can't explain how. The furniture was in the same places, the same pictures hung on the walls, but something fundamental had shifted. Like when you rearrange a room and can't shake the feeling that you've lost something important in the process, even though everything is accounted for. I found myself checking that corner repeatedly, not consciously at first, just my eyes drifting there while I was doing other things, reading, watching television, folding laundry, always that pull toward the darkness that seemed to exist independent of the lighting in the room. Someone had been cleaning more than usual. The smell of bleach competed with the lavender, creating a chemical bouquet that made my sinuses burn. When I mentioned it, the response came too quickly, too rehearsed. Spring cleaning, you know how it is. But it wasn't spring, or maybe it was. Time has become unreliable in my recollections, seasons blending into each other like watercolors in rain. The ceiling fan developed a rhythm I hadn't noticed before, not just the steady whir of the motor, but a subtle clicking, click-whir, like a heartbeat with a skip. I found myself counting the intervals, losing track, starting over. The sound followed me into other rooms, though that should have been impossible. There were phone calls, hushed conversations that stopped when I entered the room. The caller would be thanked and the line disconnected with unusual haste. When I asked, the explanations varied. Wrong numbers, telemarketers, someone from work with a quick question. But work had ended months ago, hadn't it? I started noticing the gaps, spaces in conversations where responses should have been. Blank looks when I referenced things that had happened recently, or things I thought had happened recently. My certainty about the sequence of events began to feel less like memory and more like a story I'd been telling myself. The lavender bottles multiplied. I counted 5, then 7, then lost track entirely. They appeared in rooms I rarely entered, as though someone was systematically treating the entire house. But treating it for what? You're imagining things. Another voice fragment floating free of context. The tone was gentle but firm, the way you'd speak to someone who was being unreasonable. Was I being unreasonable? The question lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. I began keeping a mental inventory of small changes. A book moved from one shelf to another. A coffee mug that appeared in the dishwasher, though I remembered leaving it on the counter. The thermostat adjusted to a temperature I wouldn't have chosen. Each incident was minor, easily explained, but together they formed a pattern I couldn't quite decipher. The metallic smell grew stronger on humid days. It seemed to rise from the floorboards, seeping through the lavender like groundwater through concrete. I found myself breathing through my mouth more often, though that only made me more aware of the taste that accompanied the scent. Someone suggested I might need to see a doctor. The suggestion came casually, embedded in conversation about other things, but it hung in the air afterward like smoke. When I asked why, the response was vague: stress, changes, the way things had been lately. What way, what changes? The questions met with shrugs, deflections, subject changes, as if the answers were obvious and my asking only confirmed some unspoken concern. I started paying attention to my own behavior, wondering what others were seeing that I wasn't. Was I repeating myself, forgetting things, acting in ways that warranted worry? The self-examination became exhausting, a constant monitoring of thoughts and actions for signs of whatever everyone else seemed to recognize. The corner remained dark regardless of the time of day or the position of the sun. I tested this theory systematically, checking at different intervals, noting the light patterns throughout the room. Everything else shifted and changed with the natural progression of daylight, but that space maintained its shadows as if they were painted there. There were sounds at night, not dramatic or frightening, just subtle disruptions to the expected quiet. Soft footsteps on carpet, the whisper of fabric against walls, cabinet doors closing with careful precision. When I investigated, everything appeared normal, but the air held a sense of recent activity, like the feeling of walking into a room someone has just vacated. I began to suspect I was being managed. Conversations steered away from certain topics, questions answered with questions, information parceled out in carefully measured doses. The realization should have been alarming, but instead it felt almost like relief. At least it meant I wasn't losing my mind. Or maybe it meant exactly that. The cleaning intensified. Surfaces that had been cleaned the day before were cleaned again. The vacuum ran at odd intervals. Laundry was done and redone. The activity had a frantic quality, as though someone was trying to stay ahead of something that kept reasserting itself. I found receipts for cleaning supplies I didn't remember purchasing. Industrial-strength products with warning labels about ventilation and protective equipment. When I asked about them, the explanation was matter of fact. The regular stuff wasn't working. Working for what? The question went unanswered, filed away with all the others that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The phone calls became more frequent, brief, coded conversations conducted in other rooms or when I was thought to be sleeping. I caught fragments, references to professionals, to services, to things that needed to be handled discreetly. The words floated through walls and doorways like secrets made tangible. My sleep became fragmented, not insomnia exactly, but a restless awareness that pulled me toward consciousness at irregular intervals. During these half-waking moments, I would hear the sounds of careful activity, movement with purpose but without urgency, tasks being completed in the spaces between my attention. The lavender smell began to nauseate me. What had once been pleasant became cloying, artificial, like the scent of flowers at a funeral. I mentioned this and was told it was probably allergies, seasonal changes, nothing to worry about. But worry had become my default state. Not the sharp anxiety of immediate danger, but the low-grade unease of knowing something was wrong without being able to identify what. Like a song played in the wrong key, recognizable but fundamentally off. I started finding things that didn't belong to me. Small items tucked into drawers and pockets, a key that didn't fit any lock in the house, a business card for a service I'd never heard of, a receipt for a storage unit I didn't remember renting. When I asked about these discoveries, they were dismissed as unimportant, probably old, nothing worth thinking about. But I couldn't stop thinking about them. Each item felt like a clue to a puzzle I didn't know I was supposed to be solving. I began collecting them, hiding them in places where they wouldn't be found and discarded, evidence of something, though I wasn't sure what. The corner seemed to be expanding. Not physically, the room's dimensions remained constant, but its influence grew. The darkness crept along the baseboards, stretched across the ceiling, cast shadows that defied the laws of light and geometry. I found myself avoiding that side of the room entirely, arranging furniture to block my view of it. Someone noticed this rearrangement and quietly moved everything back while I was out. When I asked about it, the response was casual, almost dismissive. It looked better the other way. Better for whom, better for what? The questions were becoming a refrain, a chorus of uncertainty that played beneath every interaction. I felt like an actor who had forgotten their lines, improvising through scenes while everyone else followed a script I'd never seen. The metallic smell began to follow me, not just in that room, but throughout the house, clinging to my clothes, my hair, my skin. I showered more frequently, changed clothes multiple times a day, but couldn't wash away the sensation that I was carrying something with me, something that wanted to be noticed. There were discussions about my health, quiet consultations that I was excluded from, though I could sense their residue in the way people looked at me afterward. Concerned glances, careful word choices, the kind of gentle handling reserved for fragile things. Was I fragile? The possibility felt both foreign and familiar, like recognizing a childhood friend after decades of separation. Maybe I had always been fragile. Maybe that's why everything felt so precarious, so ready to shatter at the slightest disturbance. I began to document things. Not obviously, that would have been noticed and managed like everything else, but in small ways. Mental notes, patterns observed and remembered, details that might be important later when the full picture finally emerged. If it emerged. The ceiling fan's clicking grew more pronounced. What had been subtle became impossible to ignore, a metronome marking time in a rhythm that felt significant but remained indecipherable. I found myself moving to its beat, organizing my thoughts around its intervals, using it as an anchor in the shifting unreliability of everything else. Someone suggested we should redecorate, change the furniture arrangement, update the color scheme, maybe replace that old ceiling fan that had been making noise lately. The suggestion was presented as inspiration, a fresh start, but I heard the underlying urgency, the need to change something fundamental about the space we occupied. I resisted, though I couldn't articulate why. The room had become important to me in ways I didn't fully understand. Not comfortable, it had never been that, but necessary. Like a wound you can't stop probing with your tongue, painful but somehow essential. The resistance was noted, discussed in those hushed conversations that happened just beyond my hearing. I caught fragments about stubbornness, about attachment to unhealthy things, about the need for professional intervention. The words floated around me like smoke, impossible to grasp, but impossible to ignore. The corner began to pulse. Not visibly when I looked directly at it, everything appeared static, but in my peripheral vision I could sense movement. A rhythmic expansion and contraction, like breathing or a heartbeat. The sensation was so strong that I found myself holding my own breath, trying to synchronize with whatever rhythm was emanating from that space. The lavender bottles were replaced with unscented cleaners. The change was presented as a response to my earlier complaint about allergies, but the timing felt significant, as if the masking agent was no longer necessary, as if whatever had been hidden was ready to reveal itself. But reveal itself to whom, and why now? I realized I had been asking the wrong questions. Instead of wondering what was being hidden from me, I should have been wondering what I was hiding from myself. The distinction felt crucial, though I couldn't explain why. The metallic smell intensified during storms. When the barometric pressure dropped and the air grew heavy with moisture, the scent would rise from surfaces throughout the house like some dormant thing awakening. I began to associate the smell with weather changes, with the electricity that preceded thunder, with the way the atmosphere itself seemed to be holding its breath. Someone started sleeping in a different room. The change was explained as temporary, a response to my restlessness, my tendency to talk in my sleep. But I didn't remember being restless. I didn't remember talking. The gap between my experience and others' observations of me widened like a crack in foundation. What was I saying in my sleep? The question felt dangerous, loaded with implications I wasn't ready to examine. But it lodged itself in my consciousness, demanding attention even as I tried to push it away. I began to stay awake deliberately, fighting sleep to avoid whatever revelations might emerge in unconsciousness. The effort was exhausting, but it felt necessary, like standing guard against an enemy I couldn't identify but knew was approaching. The corner called to me, not audibly, but with a gravitational pull that grew stronger each day. I found myself drawn there despite my conscious resistance, standing at its edge like someone contemplating a precipice. The darkness felt alive, aware, patient, as if it knew something I didn't and was waiting for me to remember. Or forget. The distinction between remembering and forgetting had become blurred. Sometimes the effort to recall something felt identical to the effort to suppress it, as if memory and amnesia were two sides of the same coin, spinning too fast to see which side would land face up. The cleaning stopped abruptly. The constant scrubbing and spraying and washing simply ceased, leaving behind an artificial stillness that felt more ominous than the frantic activity it replaced. The house settled into its natural rhythms, and with that settling came the return of smells and sounds that had been temporarily held at bay. I understood then that I was running out of time, not in any dramatic sense, but with the quiet certainty of someone watching sand fall through an hourglass. Whatever had been delayed was about to resume. Whatever had been hidden was about to emerge. The ceiling fans clicking synchronized with my heartbeat, or maybe my heartbeat synchronized with the fan. The distinction no longer mattered. We were all part of the same rhythm now, me, the room, the corner, the smell, the sounds in the night, connected by threads I was only beginning to perceive. I stood in the doorframe again, drawn by the same magnetic pull that had brought me here countless times before. The shadows were deeper now, more defined. The metallic smell was stronger, no longer masked by lavender or bleach or the desperate hope that some things could be cleaned away. The corner waited, patient and dark, and full of answers I wasn't sure I wanted to know, but wanting had never been part of the equation. Some truths demand recognition regardless of our readiness to receive them. The hum of the ceiling fan mixed with the gentle rustle of the curtains, but now I heard what I had been missing before. Beneath the familiar sounds was something else, a whisper, a sigh, a voice calling from the place where light refused to go. And finally, terrifyingly, I began to remember why.